S.W.Frost is now live streaming part of exiled digital artist in our Friday It Is Sips Coffee. Mertellus. Welcome to my channel.
Kao neko... Brale. Jedi govna. Neverovatno. Ko ti je Beno rekao da možda ideš odatle?
Who is this master of his? Is there another mysterious character in the dungeons who desires the girl who may give us some clues? Why, what an astute question. There is indeed. Deep down, at what is almost the lowest layer of the dungeon, we can find the ancient stone doors leading to the city of the gods. In the tombs that are its entrance, in an area drenched in divine mystery, we find the Lady of Moon. She will fully restore your health and limbs, a rare blessing indeed in the dungeons, and all she asks for is the girl.
Nightbot.
A small price to
Welcome
pay,
to my
wouldn't
channel.
you agree?
Stream Elements.
But why does she want the child?
Welcome to my channel.
Well, she doesn't. Her master does, the moon god. She serves him because, like the mysterious god, she doesn't believe humans deserve the same power as the old gods. But if the moon really is an old god, he's one of the strongest beings in existence, so why doesn't he just stop us himself? Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll discuss that a little later. So, the pocket cat serves the moon god. Like the Lady of Moon and apparently their shared master, Pocket Cat can't just take what he wants. He has to ask nicely for it. He doesn't attack you at all in the dungeons, and hundreds of years later in the scorched city of Preheval, he can't attack you there without your permission. Why is he there, in that place, in that time? In Preheval, in the year 1942, the Second Great War has just ended. 14 people from all over Europa and beyond find themselves on a train to the city, only for it to suddenly stop in the outskirts. All of them shared the same dream. A strange harlequin atop the tower in the heart of the city, welcoming them to a twisted life and death contest, of which there can only be one winner, the Festival of Termina. He isn't the true host of the contest, though. That honour belongs to his silent master, the moon god, Rare. We finally learn the trickster's name then. Let's not flip to a later chapter yet, though. We're still discussing our friend Pocket Cat. Upon entering the city proper, you'll find him. Ah, all apologies, pleased to meet you. You can call me Pocket Cat. I feel like we've met somewhere before. Perhaps in a past life. Things sure have changed since then, haven't they? We live in peculiar times. The world has gone through true darkness. What do you think follows such intense darkness? It has to be growth into something new, right? Yes, change is the only thing inevitable. From personal experience, I'd say a true darkness is followed by chaos. The mind, or the common consciousness we all share, strives for something new. But there lies the danger. You see, chaos can ragdoll us in any one direction. The direction is not always the light. I didn't mean to take your time, so I'll get straight to the point. Not only a wandering gentleman, but I'm also a head salesman of sorts with deep pockets. What is a head salesman, you ask? Well, it is exactly what it sounds. I'm willing to part from my valuable collection if the price is right. And the price is severed heads from those participating in the festival. Macabre, I know, but you get used to it. God knows I did. He's reprising his role as a salesman of sorts. No children this time. He's already got plenty. Instead, he wants the heads of your fellow contestants. Just like how you become the sole survivor of the festival is your own business, how you get the other contestants' heads is up to you. Another example of the followers of Rare having a light touch, never hurting anyone directly or even telling you how to outright. But what's this about chaos? He's saying in so many words that after the darkness of the world wars pass, humanity will be reinvigorated and have the energy to go in any direction they like. But that the darkness remove the guardrails, so to speak, and that energy might just take them in a direction they don't like. As you have no doubt watched my video about the Machine God and Lagarde, you'll know this is a common theme in the series. The best laid plans of gods and men cannot fight against this chaos, and in fact this chaos is a useful tool if one wants to break the cycles that bind us. Pocket Cat, once again, shows himself to be quite observant and insightful. Perhaps the ability to read minds helps. On the third and final night of the festival, any contestant who has survived that long loses their minds and falls to the influence of the leering lunar god, becoming moon-scorched. Well, all except one. As you enter the museum, you'll cross paths with your old friend. Oh, hello there. Fancy seeing you here. Oh my, how the party at the museum is getting wild. Feels like everyone's enjoying the ball while they still can. This wheelchair just took Miss Olivia to the party. She was feeling a bit left out. As much as I'd love to stay here and chat, I have a job to do. I still need to invite some other people, so I'll see you later, old chap. Bye. You'll soon realize what happened to Miss Olivia. The machine monster mechanical dance roams the dreamlike halls of the museum. It vents out poison and screams at you not to stare at it. Defeat it. Claim its soul. And it's the same soul as the wheelchair-bound, low self-esteem contestant, Olivia. The Pocket Cat dragged her to the museum to put her on display at the height of the festival, knowing full well it would break her. That's a little odd, isn't it? Isn't he a pacifist? Does that break his rules? Well, we can't know what conversation the pair had before he brought her there, but I have a suspicion she agreed to it. There's a particular hook he could have stuck into her. Olivia has travelled to the city to find her sister, Ryla. Ryla is in the bunker beneath the museum, and Pocket Cat could have convinced her to give him permission to take her there to find her sister. Or it could simply be that because Pocket Cat isn't technically causing any damage himself, he's allowed to do it. They both seem viable to me, but this is one of those minor law notes that we'll simply never have an answer for. Well, who needs a reason? Escorting a pretty girl to a party is its own reward, surely. The pocket cat himself can be found in a quiet corner, standing under a painting. It's a very specific painting, so specific that it's been modified. It's based on Picasso's Guernica. Sorry to keep being a tease, but yes, we'll have to discuss this later too. Speaking to our feline friend here, he's been thinking some more. Art falls into two categories. No, not the art, my bad. Artists fall into two categories. There are the ones who see something taking place in the world. Maybe it's the wrongdoings of their fellow pedestrians. Maybe it's abuse of power by those sitting on top of the pyramid scheme. Whatever it is, it feeds their inspiration and creativity, and they desperately want to put their own spin on it. I call these people extroverted artists. Then there are the other half of the poor sods. Those ones who dwell in their own thoughts and insight. They want to paint a picture of their inner world, maybe in hopes that someone else would understand them a little better, or maybe to connect with a few like-minded individuals. I call these people introverted artists. Both sound selfish in their own right. They're extroverted artists who benefits from the suffering of others, while introverted artists, on the other hand, sound quite self-centered, only wanting to talk about themselves. There might be a third kind as well. My favourite kind, actually. Authors who don't even have a clear picture in mind when they start their creative process. Such chaotic process can lead to unexplored directions. Say, old sport, the one who dreams all this, the dreamer buried deep underground. What type do you think she is? You probably don't know this yet, but he's speaking, of course, of the machine god buried deep under your feet. Poor Rala, the sister of not quite as poor Olivia, entombed in a metal chrysalis. What kind of dreamer is she? Well, it's obvious. The third type. Aha, I let my bias shine through and you followed on it. Still, I think you might be right there, my friend. For a minute, consider the idea that anyone who can shape the world to their will is an artist. Then this question of inspiration and intention is relevant to anyone of any power. In Fear and Hunger, we have quite a few persons like that. The gods, the humans who become gods, even the humble mortals who take part in their games. But Pocket Cat isn't just talking about the world around him. He's talking to you. Are you an artist? Do you have the ability to shape your world? Of course.
By any means necessary. You know how this works.
Probably best not to ask what's in the water before it gets to your point.
This is the nice part of the torrent, if you can believe it. Make for the Ragged King's court. You can reach the street from there.
Oh, but I'm not looking forward to this!
I know! A shield! I better should be a killer. Scav gunner!
Found it, guys.
I'll save you! I'm good like that! You're souring my drink with blood, Robbie.
What's wrong with a bit of gusto?
Got it.
Once we're down, we're stuck. I was just admiring the view. It's important to savor the little things. You never know when they might be gone. Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't let anything bad happen. My beloved wouldn't like that. Grenade out! Stay close by!
Thank you.
Hello? Where are you?
What ammo? No ammo. Yeah.
We should find our route. All of us. My dream, my rules, my shield.
Fat piece of shit.
Bet this place was a riot before the heretics took over.
You have to pick a side to survive down here.
In the end, it's just another war zone.
Stay there. That is.
Sniper's dead! Ammo! Beloved, shield us!
Cut through Ragtown. The silo's not far now.
Nice.
Beloved, we've lost the others.
Keep those updates coming! Maybe one day they'll be useful.
Behind me.
That's right. Take their side.
Yes, beloved, I see that trapper. Celerity stim. There is no respite in this war. There is only strife everlasting.
Where's the strangest feeling that
Ammo.
we've done all of this before?
Oh, I'm sure we have. Then again, it's hard to tell. Everything is the same down here. They're making my dream untidy.
Behind us.
Oh, death is my dream. Its victims can rest now. I knew I should have stayed with the rest. Ammo!
The fucking radio thing. Talkie walkie.
I'll protect you.
Do you want mortar skull?
There's no way back up. Yes, beloved, they are very driven, aren't they?
Ah. Yeah, do.
Oh, dear, the balance.
Natural talent. That's what's very
get it. You can do a mortar puzzle if you want.
Catch him.
Sorry. Yeah, we got one.
Servitors have their place, preferably wherever I am not.
I find them inspired.
What's first up? I suppose.
We all serve my beloved, don't we? Only some of us serve with pieces missing.
The fire's just through here. Better get ready.
Yeah, bomber. Dead! Yes, dead!
Sniper! Killed it! Medicaid station. Ammo!
Nice.
Back here, Corker!
If the fight goes bad, take as many of them with you as you can.
I don't know! Sounds like a lot of hard work! Sausage! Damn it! Kill it!
Trigger the system flap. Drive the
Don't
demon
listen
out.
to enemy propaganda.
Die. Simple enough, don't you think?
I suppose. Nice and quiet. That's better. Ammo.
Nice.
Thank you, thank you.
Trapper!
Sniper. Beloved, shield us. Stand together. Sniper.
It's gone!
Can't give it the morning break. Take him out.
The roughnecks are beast.
See it, kill it. It's simple.
Show me what you got.
Push it! Sniper!
You need to kill all of them to make this work.
I'll save you. I'm good like that. Aim up. Ah.
Your weaponry is a gift. Do not hurry back.
Yes? Can I be of service? Completed. Completed.
Your weapon. Each weapon is a relic. It should be cared for as such. It is done.
course you do. Do you benefit from the suffering of others? Or just think about yourself? Well, Pocket Cat may break the fourth wall, but that doesn't prevent him from being a pessimist. Is your desire to align yourself with what others want? Or is your desire to align others with what you want? So, that's the what of Pocket Cat. Well, how about the why? Our feline friend isn't so easy to peel apart. First, let me tell you a story. It's a very engaging story. It'll jump right off the page at you. It was a rainy day in the countryside just north from the forest of Merwood. Willem, the wildest child known in town, would stare at the raindrops behind the window screen. His mother would warn him of going outside. During rain, decent boys would help their parents with various indoor tasks. Rain brings forth all kinds.
I estimate your chances of survival to be excellent. Nearly 41%. We will guide you to your destination. You will gather intel and commit glorious sabotage. Is that understood?
Requested my counsel, techno-archaeologist.
I greet you, Engine Seer. I anticipate that your study of tertian systems will improve our efficiency.
Then let it be so.
We must locate a concealed establishment. It is my theory that this can be done by interrogating the district fusion grid.
With the Omnissiah's blessing, all things are possible.
Varnix, you will take directional instruction from Engine Seer KX-8. I will monitor your progress and advise.
Be not deceived. Hail these streets seem. Hail they are not.
As much as I empathize, such sentiments do not advance our mission.
My beloved says we should attack from behind!
Exp Collector. Welcome to my channel. Elijah Tree Case Upadam.
Guys, you gotta...
I'm Ayopos Ladu
son of a
Sada
bitch.
JBG.
Strike team. Proceed hastily. Refine your course by divination of Auspex shadow and electro whispers shall I.
Za Bismutnog Imperatora
You might
Sopopovica.
spare your theatrics, Engine Seer, which are in any case lost on everyone save myself.
My dream, my rules, my shield! Yes, the house! Where are you going?
Do not do this alone. Remain as a circuit, a group.
Wait, you guys know where the shit is? You do know, okay. Thank you.
Oh, thanks! reputation.
Ah.
With every
Yeah,
step
we found two of them
the
last time, so
thread.
it's bullshit.
You are certain?
The fusion grid's interface knows it is misused. Shackled, it screams for freeness.
I am not surprised given what I have witnessed elsewhere.
No death in my dream.
And another one.
Sniper! It's dead! I think. Oh, look out, that barrel! Having cover! I'll save you! I'm good like that!
Oh. No, I'm not really. I've done this like thousands of times. Not really. Thanks.
Thank you! Ammo!
This is the place, the real techno heresy.
This guy! Back! Ow.
Oh, thanks! It's beloved, a shield is a good idea!
On the grinding, screaming, shuddering calls you on.
A definitive statement. Is there no room for error?
The walls seethe with rusted frames, splintered linkages. The motive force bleeds across the volcanic plane. This way! There you go!
Sniper's dead!
Sniper is gone, comrades!
Enemy in our cover!
Wait, come.
Corralling victim!
Okay.
A concealed room? Ugh. But then so much of what the heretics do is the actual...
Oh no. Fucking two rooms with zero visibility. Yeah, not really a problem. It's just a bullshit.
I'll sell you down.
Shield us, beloved! I suppose!
A shadow lies upon this room. Deception, lies.
Have a bad feeling about that.
Oh. Doing good.
Fight is coming!
Good strat.
Fucking
Would you look at that?
Behind you.
Beloved, shield us!
Oh,
Bashchalik. Welcome to my
Yes,
channel.
Boris, ajmo. Volim kad imam diskusiju sa ljudima koji tvrde da znaju nešto, a to je Boris Gardinovački. OG fan Hanšoder.
A detonation charge is required. I trust you remember to bring one. Restored.
Beware the fire, my friends! Danger is born!
My dream, my rules, my shield.
Completion imminent.
Ja.
Security clearance elevated. I recommend haste.
I killed Sniper!
It seems the synthesization process can draw upon a sizable workforce.
A child rendered of a blessed manufactorum, flawed and defeated.
I'll protect you.
Getting close. Still good?
Thanking you!
Ah, nice. Nice.
Hush, my children. We will bring what peace we can. I promise.
Perhaps you should sever yourself from the fusion grid. Spare yourself this discomfort.
Account must be made. Reckoning taken. Only then can vengeance be delivered.
Love him. We've lost the others. Medicaid station. I suppose. Dead, 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 dead.
Objective attainment is imminent. I advise you not to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Group up and you will fare better.
Man. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Here, this is the heart of the anomaly. Deploy your servo skulls. Seek your answers.
Scab gunner.
This is the primary search location. Deploy your horse bases and remain alert with data points. I confess that this lair has a certain rough ingenuity.
Would that we could restore that which has been scattered and excise the heretic's bitter madness.
Data reclamation satisfactory. Destruction warranted. Render the marked synthesizers non-functional.
I know. A shield.
The solace of unfunction, delivered by imprecise hands.
Yeah.
It seemed the most efficient course.
Oh.
Data wall implies the Genesis chamber is close. Reduce it to unfunction and release.
I'll save you. I'm good like that.
attempted random inputs until it worked, but it is now working. Impressive, I suppose. I have no further instructions, Varnits. You are free to head to extraction. I trust that meets with your approval.
Sniper! In the head! There'll be a word for that! Pushing flame! Die, heretic! I'm gonna... Follow me! Grenade down! Sniper! He's dead!
Čovjek da ga mrzi, jao. Dramakić, što ima?
Ništa, Snake, evo...
Igraš Helldivere?
Evo sad ušao, nešto nije teo da mi uključi... Bukvalno kao pokrene igru i ponovo me izbaci na Steam, kao da nisam ne pokrenuo igru.
Možda serveri.
Nije, nego pomislio sam da možda igra vlasnik igre.
Da, Sony, šta?
Ne, nego pošto je na to ovome family nalogu kao igra.
To... Misliš da on igra?
To je kao deljena, ja rekao on igra, a ne pokazuje mi da igra. Onda sam izašao i ušao u Steam i otvorio. Da. Evo ušao u Helldivere da odigram koju partiju 2. Možemo malo kasnije, evo samo završimo partiju 2 i to je to.
Bravo, Nenac.
Pa ne vjerujem da je više pol sata. Pa pola sata možda.
Fino se ti skrivaš po buđacima, a? Dobro, Nenac. Sve vidim. Vidim svaki put kad se leveluješ. Ne, ja se skrivam.
Snake, kakav je Last 58 talon kao magnet pištolj?
Nije to pištolj? Aha, to ima 5-6 onih kao laserskih pogodaka. I onda možeš da promiješ bateriju, ali ako staneš kod 5. ne moraš. Znaš? Ništa.
Ali ova kaciga nije ušla.
Jesi otičao jetpack?
Ovo delo kako? Nisam još.
Nisi?
Ali čekaj, gdje mi je jetpack? Aha, evo ga. Ne mogu, moram to još. Na drugoj sam strani. Gledam ovo delo sad. Increase, side down, reload speed, side down, draw poster speed, recoil. Ovo je heavy armor pato.
Ja ne znam kako da te ja nađem ovdje na listi prijatelja, na Steamu.
Čekaj, druže, sad ćemo. Jesi ti u igri?
Jes.
Došao.
Ja ne plaćam Sony perku, jer ne znaš šajbata priča.
Pusti ga, on se svađa sa zidovima.
Ja te ne vidim.
Vidiš sad.
Social, ne vidim ništa. Social.
Jao, dok ovo sveži umrećem.
0 online. Offline, stoji mi da si offline.
Ma.
Aha, čekaj, evo nešto osvežava, sad ćemo da vidimo. Evo ga, on ship, join squad.
Allied coordinates locked.
To je Borisov, gradonačkog alternativni account.
Allied destroyer has joined
Game
squadron.
session no longer available. Ti si kod mene došao, da? Dobro došao.
Dobra fora, a?
Kako se pozivaju oni?
Ti imaš ovu bolju ediciju igre, znaš? Gle.
Ima neke igrice, mini igre su.
Koliko možeš brzo da pucaš one, kako se zovu, kodove. Šta si ti reći? Imamo zada... B. A sad... B. Ali držiš B da izabereš točak. A znaš da imaš onaj quick draw? Jesi uzeo to?
Ne.
To se ide na karakter. Odeš u ovaj meni, u ružarnicu. Odeš karakter, emote. I imaš ovo. Gledaj ovo.
Imam rise weapon.
Gledaj ovo, imaš ovo Makić, vidi. Poteži Makić.
Čekaj. Što da radi?
To ti kad uzmeš revolver. Imaš kao ono fening. Pucaš brzo. 5-6 komada.
One shudders to
šta nam je zadatak? Invaziju da odbranimo. Imaš daily za koliko je ovo, za 15 medalja. Da ubiješ 60 neprijatelja sa snajperom.
Ja sam pola toj snajper.
Ajde. To ti onaj što uzimaš kao strategem, znaš.
Ja treba da...
Pa startaj misiju, da. Stavi nas, vrati nazad na globalnu mapu.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Vidiš tamo gdje stoje odbrane te.
Countless opportunities for justice to be dispensed.
Ovo ovdje.
Tu je tebi brod, ne? Idi levo. Tu. Izaberi level 6 u misiju, može.
To je ovo je 2.14. Ovo ovdje, jel?
Može.
But one mission remains.
Defend area. Ajde, može ovaj.
Initiating FTL jump to the Veld system. Jump complete. Hellpods primed.
Ćemo ovdje kod upload date.
Može.
Ovdje?
Ne, ideš gore prvo na hard disk. Tu.
Aha.
Tu ideš. Naravno, ja uvijek biram nuklearno rješenje.
Uzet ću ovoga guard doga.
Dobro. Znači ja da uzem auto.
Ja ću kvazar uzeti.
A ti ćeš uzeti kvazar. Onda ja mogu da uzmem... A nisi uzeo snajper?
Imam snajper.
Ne taj. Evo ti ovaj, gledaj. Gledaj Makić, sad ću ti pokazati. Ne, greška u koracima. Za medalje.
Evo ga, brate, gdje daj ima?
Ne taj.
Marksman rifle.
Ne treba ti Marksman rifle. Znaš šta ti igra traži? Anti-material rifle, uzet ću ga ja.
A, baš sniperla rifle,
vidiš
evo
ovo.
imam je.
Vidiš ovo, ne, ponesi ti kvazar. Uzet ću ja. Računat će tebi i kilove koja napravim, aj. Može sve. Ne piše ti konkretno sniper rifle, piše anti-material rifle, to ti je ovaj kao heavy sniper. Sad, je li tebi otvorena sesija za sve?
Možda jeste.
Ako ti je otvorena, baci onaj, imaš da baciš onaj...
SOS.
Pa da, SOS, onaj beacon bot. A to baciš odmah, pre nego što krenemo uopšte da igramo.
Imam SOS.
Bacaj.
Šta ih? Pit! Ubila me ptica u 2 puta. Ne moram da se spala.
Tu je negdje gnezdo, Makić. Znaš?
Pa je ovo je.
Invazija.
Mi trebali šestiti.
Nije ti problem šestica, ovo imaš na svim nivoima težine, znaš. Treba pečurku da skinemo iz daljine, ne vidimo ništa od nje, vidiš? Au, vidiš te pečurki, au, lepi, Makiću, bacaj laser, pucaj laser, baci ga tu ga baci, verujem. Imaš 3 komada, znači baci ga odmah.
Vidi ovo, ne mogu, brate, da žijem od gube, jer...
Ne, Hellbomb. Neći ti to da aktiviraš, raznećemo. Laser. Tako, to.
Requesting fortification. Requesting vehicle. Calling in reinforcement.
Isto izgledamo.
Reinforcing.
Znam.
Ne mogu da mrtvi, jeba.
Uzet ćemo kola. Pregled. Imaš predator gubi, vidio? Everybody in a car. Everybody.
Calling down a sentry.
Čuti nema. Sensor je bačen.
Calling in orbital strike.
Aj, čuo. Pecam se zato što nas razvaljuju. Ja sam izginuo jednom ili nijednom. Ovo je totalni kaos. Ma boli me kurac.
Beži dobro. Brate, što smo ovdje uradili?
Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
That was quite a start, huh? Jesi ti naručio kvazar? Jesi šipak, a?
Nisam.
Aj kad stanem ovdje, a ovdje moram da stanem. Ovdje ga naručiš.
Nisam ni guard dog.
Znam.
Throwing supply beacon.
Onda nisi.
Ništa se ne vidi, gdje te pečurke?
Pečurke su tuda, znači treba da nađem evo ih čudri.
Calling down fortification, requesting orbital strike. Tunnel breach. Marking location. South. Heavy.
Ajde, oladi se više, jebote.
Requesting sentry. Found something. Get some! Get some!
Treba nam pauzu.
Treba nam auto da bi ovo radili. Treba, inače ćemo izginuti, znaš. Uzmi hard disk i bježi. Izbaci ga samo na konzolu. Konzola.
Evo ovaj.
The guy with the hard disk come inside the car.
Udo sam, gdje ti auto?
Evo dole. Kroz auto mu udari. Bugs. Čim sam ušao u auto, odmah su me istuknuli. Kroz šasiju.
Mamu vam jebe. Evo dole nam je ova kutija.
Moraš ti da uzmeš uruku.
Evo sad ću.
How'd you like to taste the freedom? Calling down a sentry.
Ulazi, bježi.
Telefonom?
Jesi. Samo nemoj mapu da otvaraš. Budeš mapu otvara.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far.
Ovu bobu nosimo na ovom pogledu.
Boli mi za njih. Nek da se prati. Kaman stupit, hvala vas.
Evo ga, trči, beži.
Ne može stići. Bez da nas ubiju, gube, ovo je mislim najlakši način. S kolima. Sorry. You must be a brave man. Not too many people go there, knowing that I drive.
Voda.
Northwest. On my position. Draw down post. Dropping a pin. Northwest. On my position.
Ovo ideš.
Nek ideš.
Ovdje treba sad nek dubac.
Ne izlazi. Još ti ga ovdje, gledaj, ispred nje konzole će te vladati. Pazi!
Snake, S.W.Frost
može biti. Puto sam bubu.
Dobro to radi.
Mamu ti bubio. Baci ga. Tu je negdje onaj nesretni Impaler. Impaler somewhere. Impaler.
Svi ga pazno vezi.
Ja sam ne dam ti ga. Za i drugi.
Nema veze. Imam ja, sad ću zvati drugi.
A znam da imaš, znam koliko ti cooldowna čovjek, znaš. Uzmi ovo, prema uzmeš kozar. Uzmi ovaj snajper pa probaj da napraviš koliko možeš kilova. Vidim samo, Imamo 0 kilova po 60. Tak, kažem, popni se negde i pucaj. Baš tamo ovdje.
Calling in orbital strike. Firing gas strike.
Na desno.
Outpost cleared. I'm on it.
Gdje treba, šta treba da radim?
Samo gledaj konzole i reci, to je to.
Gdje je konzola?
Objective located.
Dobro je.
Rokne u bugu.
Heavy north. Close. Never mind. Tagging location. Calling down a sentry.
Umrla od gas.
Marking location.
Nevjerovatno. Ti svađaš neki.
For prosperity. Calling down a vehicle.
O, super, ored.
Calling down supplies. Requesting orbital strike. Gas strike. I got the terminal.
Nije, Fazon nije od težine, oni imaju uvijek isto helta. Fazon je... leđenović. Sedi u kola, pa gađi s kola. Tu. Možda pucaš ovako, samo desni klik.
Možda li ne vidim ništa.
Ne da ti optiku ili?
Nije da optiku.
Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters.
Da, tu nam je njegovo špalo naprijed. Vidjela ga glomniti. Znači da jako zaram, ne. A nemam kvazar. Ja.
What injury?
Šipak mrtav.
Drugi, ima 2. Pazi, Matić je.
Evo ga ovdje, vidi glomno.
To piše ti da imaš 8 kilo.
Kako treba da imam?
60.
Ujebote!
I puca.
Tagging location. Nation slow to democracy.
Nice. Imaš 10. Ajmo dalje. Pucaš ovako, skažu hip fire, jel da, bez nišana?
Jeste. Tako je.
Hip fire. Baci laser. Drži desni klik i otkuca laser. Rokning unutra. Mogu si s kola to da uradiš. Dobro. Rokne.
Throwing supply beacons. Calling in orbital strike. Calling down fortifications. Mag's empty. Mag's empty.
16 imaš.
Out of ammo.
No ammo. Hit R.
Nemam nija više municije.
Evo ti tu. Vidiš?
Aha, vidim.
Na glavu mi je skočilo oponent. Na glavu. Mada pa. Imaš 20. To ti 33% više kilo. Pa.
Northeast, 50 meters.
Martellus. Welcome to my channel.
Sam sebi jebo, mat, ovo realno.
Sa?
Ubilo me ovo moje govno što tu jebo.
Robot, a? Evo ti, stani ovdje na brdo pa pucaj. Najbolji savjet koji ti mogu dati za snajper je čučni kad pucaš. Ti ne bi robot otklao.
Have a taste of democracy! Requesting orbital strike! Calling down a sentry!
Fali municije. Naravno će sad metati. Ne moraš da zatvaraš šupu još ako nećeš. Evo ti snajper pored tebe. Zato će ovako isparati iz ruke, znaš. Četrdeset2. Evo ti snajper ovdje.
Imam ovaj daj kod mene.
Dobro.
Pa će mi dati oružje, jel? Hoće to.
Supplies.
Extraction is available.
Pa ne fali ti još puno, još 9 kilo. O, eno ti tamo dole. Eno ti kroz vodu idu, vidiš?
Support weapon.
Još 2. Još 1. To je to. Ček. Završio si, bravo. To ti 15 medalje. Sad možda uzmeš kvazar ako hoćeš nazad.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry. Tagging map. West. 300 meters.
Možeš, budući da nemam ni jedan jedini ruksak. Dobro. Ajmo. Ne to. Poručno sedište. Nema municije. Bolje sedi sa strane.
Pa kako da nema?
Ispucao je sve.
Šta bi?
Ko?
Ja sam što sam rekao.
Requesting air support. Heavy. East. Close.
Joj, brat.
Prečicom, a? Pukni ga kvazarom uglavom.
Mag's empty. Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel free.
Full promaš. Ja izgubi pol health, znaš kad je uradio.
Ej,
Calling down fortification.
Eno ga, vidim ga. Ne vidim ga sad ove.
Requesting air support.
Pa bacio sam minsko polje za nas.
Eno ga. Stani.
Aha, iza nas.
Piš.
Sending in an eagle. Mag's empty.
Reload.
Jebe. Max empty, ajde napuni! Vidi ovo.
Mag's empty.
Moguće. Drži se.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Ovdje treba baciti.
Ako hoćeš, drži desni klik i tapkaj laser ako hoćeš. Držiš desni klik tako da stojiš i tapkaj i rknu. To ti ja radim, ne znam. Znaš.
Reinforcing. Contact range.
Ma, hoćeš tu, taj laser ne radi ništa. Ne znam kako da ti kažem, da si bacio 500 kila bombu u ovu rupčagu, objavi ću sve. Znači, nevjerojatno.
Ne bi ga on samo bube ubija.
Imaš 3 komada u toku misije, kad ispucaš 3 komada, nema više.
Ajde da je očistimo ovdje.
Evo viš, ovo bacit će on vrlo polje. Ne, uvodu majku ti jebe. Guys,
Dropping a pin east, far.
Da, ostala nam je još tamo jedna crvena.
You wanna call him?
Calling in reinforcements.
I can do that. Makiću!
Molim.
Ene ga desno od nas.
Reloading.
Rokni ga upravo,
Aha.
majku.
Vidi.
Vidio sam.
Hladi se još. Mamu.
Rokni ga negdje dole u gubicu.
Vidi, prošao ispod njega, ali moguće ovo, bježi. Kako je ovo moguće, jebe? Jebem, džabe, ne mogu još. Bježi.
Može nas ko stare kante.
Ovdje su se bušili, druže.
Ne bi da nas požuraju, momci, mogli bi da nas pozovete.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Joining the fray. Found something!
Oh! Laki ću.
Heavy, on my position.
Šta me bih?
Aha, bacio si mi taj ovdje.
Calling in. Requesting sentry. Calling down fortifications.
Govor. Evo, otkad pazar ne može da ispusti.
Može, ako pogodi.
Pogodio sam ovog ovdje.
Choke on it!
Heavy, on my position. Tagging map, northeast, far. Tagging map, east, 50 meters. Found something! My life for Super Earth! Requesting orbital strike! Requesting vehicle! Calling down a sentry! Marking location, northeast. Cancel that. Enemy elite. Northeast, 50 meters.
Enemy elite. Ja ne znam. God mi je tu tambužnik.
Dropping a pin. East, on my position. I'm calling down a sentry!
Extraction is available.
Neko vas ovaj pobije struju.
Eno ga vidim.
Ovo su možda pare, znaš. Nice.
Affirmative!
1215.
Sample collected!
Never enough.
Dropping a pin, southeast, 200 meters.
Where's the floor?
Reloading!
Mission map updated.
Dropping item. Dropping a pin, east, 50 meters. Requesting orbital. Reloading. Requesting fortification. Calling in orbital strike.
To je to, ja?
Pa, čak nam sve furi se nađe, znaš. Na primjer imamo... Aha, našli su oni super samplove. Nice. So we can live. Našli su i super sample, to ste vidim što uradi ova buka i jebo što izgleda vam je da... Znaš da su ove obične male bube sad ne vidim.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Reloading! Requesting orbital strike! Throwing supply beacon!
Turning down equipment package.
You can call for extra, guys. No rush.
Calling down fortification!
Zovem.
Call it! Zoj. Big bug. Mal Titan, I think.
Heavy, north, close. Reinforcing! Heavy, north, close.
Vidi ovo, daj nemoj me zajebavati, brate, udari u ništa, jebote.
Oda kola je. Pored, zaklova izašao.
Firing gas strike. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Imaš gardo, a imaš.
Imam ja. Don't drive off the cliff.
Requesting air support!
Da, moj savjet je si kupio upgrade da onaj Eagle Air Strike-ovi imaju 2 charge.
Mislim da to nema, a neko poginu.
Ako si uzeo to, možeš da bacaš 2 puta onaj 500 kilo bombu, znaš. Jednu zadrhu. A to ti ima mnogo veću, da kažem, razornu moć od onoga puta.
Evo ga opet ovaj, evo ga opet ovo.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
For example.
Requesting fortification!
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Requesting orbital strike! Tagging map.
Wait, don't get in, sample, guys, wait. Ovo će jadi kuda, budi matić ove što je jadi. I'm gonna try to get them. Get them the plane!
Requesting air support!
Brate, koliko mu treba ovome više.
Call for ammo. Jebate, ček, poginu su mi sample. Give me a minute. I'm coming.
Yes. Thank you for getting those samples. I had a lot. I dropped a lot of
Yeah, I
samples.
saw it. Idem po sample,
They're worth getting.
Ubio kunkurac. Ja, no.
Trebali ti pomoć.
Ne.
I was trying to take your vehicle to go get it, but I'm a horrible driver.
I got a car, no worries.
Calling down a sentry.
I think I got it. Getting back.
Calling down a sentry.
Well, you gotta crash like 100 cars to be able to drive one.
Gdje je to govno, ne vidim.
Matiću, I got it. Stay there.
Tac pack inbound. Heavy. North. 50 meters.
Covering fire. Okay, everybody in. Go. To the chopper.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Sve. Ja gledam, nemamo super sample, znam da smo ih imali. Ne samo super sample, bilo je i ovih normalnih samplova.
Da, on je masu, čuje šta kaže čovjek, da je masu izbacio.
A pao je tamo dole, negdje, nije toliko daleko, ali sam ono kroz zube proći.
Ostalo nam je jedno gnezdo, nismo ništa.
Ma koga jede. To je samo za XP. Ne daje ti ni sample, kad poneseš onaj kanister to vredi više. I daje si medalje isto za ovaj daily.
Pa,
Ako možeš, kažem ti, ne znam šta imaš u hangaru napređeno, gledaj...
Sad mogu da uzmem, falilo mi je 2 te da uzmem za te bombe, sad ću da vidim to.
I ako moraš da se razmišljaš da uzmeš laser ili uzmi i taj iglu 500, da, 2 komada ti je... I kad ih istrošiš, imaš cooldown, možda minut i po 2 i opet. Slavko nosi stalno laser, dođe mi da ga isprabacim s noge na nogu. Da, Slavko, je se za tebe.
We lost many good Helldivers today. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Sad ćemo da vidim.
Tako.
Ship modul.
To ti je hangar, ja mislim, sad ću te ja reći.
Da. Da vidimo.
Hangar Expanded Weapon Bay. Treći upgrade.
Imam to.
Imaš? Ovo si je kupio.
Sljedeća mi je XX Weapon Bay.
A to ti je da baci još jednu bombu, ali to ti je kod onih što bacaju manje one, znaš. To ti nije toliko ni bitno.
15 ovih mi treba.
Jel imaš nuklear radar kupljen na bridžu?
Čekaj kako to izgleda.
To ti je bridge, scrolluj ispod hangara dole.
Engineering Bay, bridge, evo ga, bridge. Ostalo mi je, imam nuklear radar. Ostalo mi je na bridžu samo moral augmentation.
A to ti je 5% za sve.
Reduce scroll down, da.
Za sve, da.
A mi treba 20 ovih ljubičastih, imam samo 13.
Moment.
I treba mi 200 narandžastih, imam 174. Ovo je baš skupo za te.
Ne, nego si mi ti rekao za splinki, evo ja slušam šta mi ti pričaš.
Ovdje mi nedostaje orbital cannons, high and
ja ovdje slušam, reci.
Density explosives.
S bratom
Is the
pričam
damage
što sekundu.
radius. Šta
ti
imaš tu par slika?
Pa šta hoćeš?
Gdje nađe model na internet.
Lenovo MC20H A. To ti je to.
A kucao sam bio, ali nije me nešto izbacio. Misliš da je to je model?
Da.
i7 procesor.
20, proizvođač osnovne ploče. 20, možeš i...
Aj kucaj samo sekundu, već.
Tražimo neki laptop, makići sekundu sam. Ja ne znam šta radi Splinky, kak je on to s kalamerije.
Oće da ga nađem model koji ja ću vidjeti koliko košta. Koliko se može prodati.
20 HA S1X, no. Nije to taj, to je Lenovo Šmamuti 1 Lemon Lenovo MT 20 HA. Ovo izbacio. Pa to je taj. i7 1.5
dual core, to je to.
ThinkPad, tako se zove. ThinkPad TP70.
Ali da ima ThinkPad kako hoćeš, nego samo
ne, taj slikaj. Pa slikam specifikacije. Slikam specifikacije, to ti je ovo. Eto, bar ima taj SSD, taj viš, 128 GB, taj poinčni. I ima 4 GB, a to ti je više ovako...
A nije sad, ali ono nije da je...
Da, imaš više modela, imaš i7, i7 i i5, viš.
Ali i7 je to.
To ti onda ovaj.
i7 100%.
On ti ima 8 GB RAM. Neku integrisanu grafičku i 256 GB hard. A to ti taj.
Baš hvala.
Ništa. Izvijeni Makić, ovo je bilo vanredno.
Ovo je dobro, ova maska. Ovo je odlično.
A, koja maska dim? Šta nosiš? A, Iron Man.
Da, Iron Man.
Ili kao Boba Fett, kako god. Daj sljedeću.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
I kakav ti ona, nije Winchesterka za bube, zato što mnogo buba ima. Ne daju ti bube vremena da ti reloaduješ, znaš.
Dobra je, ovako nekad one shotuje, gdje ćemo?
Šta ja znam?
Ćemo kod larve ili...
Može
to ćemo na kraju, ona nam je...
Ne, može kod larve da je odmah odvučen tamo na ekstrakt.
Aj, može. Uzimam odmah ovo. Šta sam ja još imao?
500 kila bombu si imao. Ako si mislio da uzmeš laser, da te odmah zaustavim.
Da, 500 kila bomba. To je to.
A evo, pošto ja nemam običaj to da uzimam, znaš, ali uzet ću ja. Ajde uzmem i kako se zove, taktika spaljene zemlje.
A, taj dobro, da.
To ti je best of.
Samo su mogli kad bacaš ovaj strategijom, odnosno tu bombu, da onako na zemlji da bude oznaka gdje će da padne.
Na koji misliš, na?
Pa kad bacaš te, na primjer, 500 kila bombu, trebalo bi da bude onako na zemlji da...
Imaš beacon, imaš beacon. A misliš da imaš nišan kao u kantu?
Da, na zemlji onako mogu da se vidi, znaš.
Bilo bi previše lako. Bilo bi previše lako.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Calling down fortifications.
Vidite, ti čuri me napadaju. Jebe majku.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
Odnesem ovo čuda, evo ti ga.
Bugs. Southwest.
Evo te pa tu. Morat ćeš bacit makicu kako se ono zove, Diko na koji ćeš počarnjen stigli.
Hoću odmah ga baciti.
Ja nosim ovu nesretnu larvu na izlazu.
A brate, što ovo ne gađa ove ptičurine, nije mi jasno.
Šta to? Robot? Jel to pitaš?
Robot, da.
A, ne znam. Što je bilo previše lako. Ja sam otišao da uništim ovo.
Tagging location. Never mind. Objective located. South. 50 meters.
Ja više nema stimova je.
Bacio sam ti ja... Kako se zove, evo ti tu iza tebe.
Tagging map. Northeast. 50 meters.
Pogledaj mapu na sekundu.
Aha. Čurina.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting it.
Da jebote.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Ha 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 ha.
Ja ne znam, ovo moje govno uopšte ne puca jebote. Šta se ovo dešava?
Calling in reinforcements.
Uopšte leti iza mene, ne puca na bube jebote.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Možda, ček da ga ja uzem. Samo bre, mamu ti jedan. Čibe?
Hvala. Vidi. Što sad mi ovi jebote.
A, vratio si ga na leđe, Makiću. Pokvaren je. Gledaj. Pokvaren je.
Pokvaren.
Vidiš, pritisnim peticu.
Evo, počeo da puca. Jebe.
Leđa, leđa, leđa! Ja ako budem pucao, ubit ćete strujom.
Gdje mi je kvazar? Nema ga, jel? Uzeo ti muški.
Ja uzeo, ovo se drugi.
Neka su.
Let's go. Go.
Pazi, vijate bubane. Ja nisam više ovu Winchesterku, nema šanse.
A rekao sam ti da nije za bube. Za robote jeste. Roboti ne idu baš tako brzo, ne skakuću tako lagano. I tako rekao. Nice. Ja se zebo, nisam ponao.
Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters. What injury? Calling down fortification. Throwing supply beacon. Calling in orbital strike. Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters.
Sam koliko mogu je biti.
Dobro, treba podbiti.
Bube su oko nas, lepti jedan čuvi kako kao predator.
Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters. Bug outpost! Objective located. Southeast. Bug tunnel breach! Sending it. Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Requesting orbital strike! Requesting orbital.
Vidi ovo. Jebote!
Objective located. Southeast. 200 meters.
Jebote, kako napadaju.
Reinforcing!
Ja sam sjebao onaj šliker net, znaš. Ne znam, 6 komada.
Gdje mi je oprema sad?
Evo oprema ti je tu.
Attacking map. East. 100 meters.
Samo spino.
Imao si, jel? Ko ne vidim na mapu.
Pa nemaš pazar, imaš uksa.
Supplies.
Evo ti namirnice ovdje.
Rare sample acquired.
Čekaj, šta tu imaš da se pokupi? Aha, sample ne.
Dropping a pin. East.
Uzeo mi lopatu. Kako ovu lopatu da bacim sad?
X držiš i izabereš u padajućem meniju opciju da dropaš.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
A? Držiš X i izabereš. Da, nema neće. Gubit se, da.
Liberty returns, locked and loaded.
Lock and loaded.
Tagging map. Southeast. On my position.
Stick together. Mi baci toga drona svega. Ili baci sebi jednog, ja ću pokupiti toga što si izgubio.
Bubaj za nas.
Možeš baciti ništa.
Evo bacim. Ne možeš da čem.
Ne baciti ništa, ajmo.
Uzmi ti tog, ajde, ja ću sebi baciti.
Bunker. Bunker! A ubrem.
Od ovog govna.
Rokno. Taman se.
Jesi.
Taman izvini. Lajze.
Oooo, jebote!
Uzmi moje oružje. Evo ti ga blicer.
Kako je loša ta puška, jebote, život.
Loše koristiš.
Nije šipak.
Ne, za ovo nije dobro.
Calling in reinforcements!
Ti šta je ovo puka, brate, mašinku ja nosim, brate, sljedeći put.
Bacaš plamena.
Ma onu mašinku, brale, moj.
Evo ti blicer tu, pokupi spore.
Marš.
Zovi robota. Imaš i robot i kvazar. Nemoj se mrdati dok to ne stigne.
Calling in orbital strike.
Get back.
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting fortifications. Requesting air support.
Bježi Makić, bacio sam bježi odatle. Bježi Richard. Bacio sam napalm.
Ending in an eagle.
Get back. Get back.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Outpost cleared.
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Calling down supplies.
Critical stratagem available.
Imamo ovdje ove topove da radimo ovo.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Treba da braniš zastavu.
Kod vas, da? Ovdje imamo onaj top.
Heavy, west, 50 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Mark tunnel bridge. Requesting district. Heavy, northeast. Cancel that.
Čovjek je uzeo Tesla, okej? Pazi se te ne zgromi. Samo dalje od nje. Nije loše, nije loše.
Dobar ja.
Nije loše, ali i njega. Mislim da je to njegov Tesla.
Reinforcing!
Ja ne razumem, jebo mater, gdje ja grešim?
Calling in reinforcements!
Greš tim, ko bude starti.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Kad se udare obletiš. Yes. Gdje je ovaj? Nice.
Reinforcing!
I got you.
Eno ga tamo.
Heavy, east, close.
To taj ili drugi?
Supplies.
Supplies.
Dropping a pin. North, 300 meters.
Imamo tamo onaj top da punimo. Evo je.
Ja bi radio prvo glavni objektiv. Ako stigne. Sve ovo ti je sekundarno, ako nam nestane života.
Evo levi dolazi s leve strane.
I pare uzimati.
High value item.
Money.
Supplies.
Go for the main objective, guys. Ja nigde ne vidim Matiću, ako mi veruješ onu
Calling down fortifications.
super onaj pečuk.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Ili kako beše... Pa batak. Neki ga zovu... Kokrok. Ajde se koga nešto podsjeća.
Firing gas strike.
Administering freedom. Eagle 1, leaving combat zone.
Ovo je 5 kila bomba. Kako lepo sve pročiti. Sad mi ja bacio napalm, ali... Go.
Dakle, ovo kad radi, onda radi.
Northwest, 50 meters.
Package
beži, beži.
Package acquired. Throwing supply beacon. Dropping package. Reloading. Feel good. Supplies.
Imaš ovdje supplies.
Gdje je?
Tu.
Marking location south. Sending it.
Back off.
Delivering payload.
Requesting fortifications. Rolling in orbital strike. Requesting.
Coming in hot.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Snake,
Rolling in reinforcements.
Low on rearming. Be back shortly.
Kill by Snake, kill.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Northwest, 200 meters. That's called democracy. Request. Prosperity. Heavy, northeast, on my position. Injury? What injury? Calling down fortification! Reloading! For prosperity! Calling down fortification! Calling down supply!
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Ne vezi, imam sve samo i blicati.
Blicati je što... Ja mislim full nazad. Evo ti blicati.
Tagging location.
Onda što ja dao što je pola sata.
Brate...
Pazi help. Evo ga ovdje.
Ovo me... Udavi jebote. Laser kanon, blica. Nema više stimova.
Dođi, stani.
Brate, ali ovaj otrov jede jeb.
Znam, zato ga nosi. Zanimljivo je. Zato ga i nosi.
Ovo baš jede jeb.
Ovaj zeleni okop sam uzeo. Imaš da uzmeš onaj Gorgon, naš sa otrovom. Uzmeš taj poison resistant i...
Baš sam 500 kila bomb ja ovdje.
Ending in an eagle!
Kill by Snake, look.
Outpost destroyed. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Marking location. Requesting fortifications!
Gdje je meni sad to sve ispalo? Aha, na ovu
Requesting sentry. Found something. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Throwing supply beacon.
EMP, motor. Zaleti.
Da.
Zaleti.
Say hello to democracy. What injury?
Outpost cleared.
Municije ti ovdje gore, na brzo.
Supplies.
Rupe.
Calling in.
Gas strike incoming.
Kanister ovdje negdje na podu. Evo, gubi svih izgleda.
Supplies. New mag.
Uzmi taj.
Outpost cleared.
Tagging map. West. Far.
Gdje su nestali ovi?
Ne vidiš? Ovi mali su sad ne vidiš.
Ja vidim odjednom ih nema jebot.
Da, stealth palen.
Ovaj liberator uopšte nije loš.
Ona je običan liberator.
Ne znam, neko mi ispada sam.
Čak, koji je to? Nije ti to liberator. To ti je dominator. On ti spalja eksplozivne metke. Ako je to. Je li dominator?
Kako da vidim.
Tagging location. Cancel that. West.
R. To ti je...
Piše ti na njemu, kad držiš ono menu.
Liberator penetrator.
On ima malo bolji, pa probaj moći.
Nismo stavljali one rakete. Ne, munici.
Radio to onaj mogu. Jedan.
Radio?
Gledaj sam nešto.
Tagging location. West.
Krok. Oh, you already got it. Ne, poputi on. Yeah, I see you guys.
Found something.
Ne bude.
Tunnel breach! Calling down fortification!
Deploying minefield, stand clear.
Requesting orbital strike!
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Calling down a sentry!
Neće me sprati, sad će se odmah tamo. I already transported the bug to the X-film, so don't bother searching for it. Ček, da ti pokažem što glavno. On rađe neki bullet. staneš ovako.
Kako to pucali?
A moraš da kupiš emoji. Ne znam da li ti imaš posebnu prodavnicu. Pa stavi ruku na bok i kao ono cowboy. Radi se svim štorima i revolverima.
A koliko je precizno?
Tako. Šta znam, jeste. Samo što se ovaj revolver, kada opališ 6 komada, zaredom onda izgori baterija, možeš sve drugo. Ako posle 5 staneš, onda...
Heavy, northwest.
Joj, vidi ovo.
Requesting fortifications! Calling in orbital strike! Sending in an
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Sending in requesting fortifications! Bugs, north.
Tamo gledam, to mu je zadnji vater. Da ga sad ne baci, nema tu.
Say hello to democracy! Heavy, west, 50 meters.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Trailer!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Gas strike incoming.
Request.
Bacim tamo.
Firing orbital barrage.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Calling down fortification!
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Sigurno da je 150. Sad mi piše 45 i 18.
Koliko to?
A bug. Bug. Zato što je ne očitao...
Ima još jedna.
Možemo ovu, pa ako hoćeš, pitaj momke hoće li hunt ili šta god da se to...
Tako je. Može.
Kad uzmeš i ono 3, oslobodiš sektor i dobiješ, ja mislim, maks, da ne možeš, mislim da ide 9.
Što promeni ovo delo je, imamo ono otporno 50-50-50.
A na sve elementi. Jel ti imaš light?
Always good to have another hero.
Nemaš onaj...
Allied destroyer has left
Nemaš onaj Warbond što ti daje, kako se zove, onaj toksik, kako se zove Warbond.
Nemam taj toksik.
Chemical agents.
Nemam to.
On ti ima light.
Imamo ovo resistance to fire, gas, acid and electrical damage.
Da.
To ću.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Kako da mu oružje drugo. Primary, gdje mi su mi sačku. To dobro, equipped, ajmo.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Mogu doći, šta braviš?
Gdje god doćiš.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Ovdje uzimamo, znači ovo.
Znači, možda nije loš da uzimamo onoga robotu. Ako imaš onoga sa autocanonima.
Imam.
EMS mortar. Jel imaš gasne mine?
Čekaj da vidim. Imam.
Pa nesi to. Koji će imaš taj armor. Ali pas da ga ne baciš blizu svoje mekanizacije, zato što taj otvorni oblak skida. Kad potrošiš robota, onda ga baci. Nemoj previše. Jer skida ti helikopter. A jede i njega, jede ti one turete isto.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Sending out an SOS. Calling down a walker. Calling down supplies. Requesting fortifications. Calling in orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Počisti tvoj prokitaj sa turetom. Nabaci ga tu negdje.
Heavy, northeast, 50 meters. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Ja nemam kontrolu, ja isticam minigun. Jako brzo, rakete. Šta znam gađati.
Calling down fortification!
Deploying minefield.
The taste of democracy!
I ova ima robota.
Calling an orbital strike!
Zato što smo nisi pratili te među odbore.
Calling down a sentry!
Da nas skine 30% cooldowna sa ovih robota. Dogod je Space Station. A ovo ti je takva misle da iznad nas ti taj DSS. Tako da, ako pogledaš cooldown za robota, ti je skina recimo pola, mislim, 20 minuta. A ovo je mislim. Payload. I ovo je za mine, ovo je za Spider-Man.
Throwing supply beacon!
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Kakav zvuk.
On my position. Marking location, southeast. Tunnel breach!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
To je to, jel?
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Let's destroy the evidence.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Dobro da imaš self-destruct na robotu.
Pa to, kad nema više municije.
Da imaš da ukucaš self-destruct i bude kao, na primjer, 500 kila bomba ili...
Jeste kao bateriju detoniraš interno.
Kao ona eksplodira, kao onaj što gubijem onog robota, znaš, u leđa kad ga pogodiš.
A da, to ti je ono zadnja
ideja.
Nije teško biti
I da se zove taj kao last stand. Aktiviraš strategijem last stand. I bila bi fora da bude 3 puta gore, 3 puta dole.
Da ga aktiviraš dok si unutraš.
Pa da, pa dobro.
Da mi si igraš kako aktiviraš.
Zatrpiš to masu, ja.
Pa dobro, ima i ti fora kad ti se otkinu obe ruke, kad ti ona noga recimo cota, kad goriš i jebi ga, nema ključa, možda onda ga zapamiti.
An unmitigated success. Aside from the below average sample collection, of course.
Take care, guys. Peace.
Thank you guys.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver, and congratulations on completing your training.
Šta kažeš?
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Mogu sad da kupim ovaj superior packing methodology, resupply.
To je da ti uvek dobiješ
maximum numbers.
Da.
Šta ovdje ima? Imam XXL weapons bay. To je ona još jednom, znači da udara. Šta još mogu da kupim? Samo ta dva. Ili da štedim za ovaj hankar. Advanced poetry. Strike, Eagle Napalm. Ne znam da kupim ovo za resupply, ali ja to ne koristim što navijem prebaciti.
Kako misliš kad... A to ti je kad si...
bacam.
Znaš kako ti to radi? Kad si ti host, tako radi.
Kad si ti host?
Da, kad si ti host i baciš onaj resupply ili nekoga pozove. Mi uzmemo
kao
dakle...
s mog broda dolazi. Da, kao dolazi s mog broda. Aha.
Ako host nema unapređeno, onda dobiješ si malo municije. Ako host ima, dobiješ full.
Ne znam da uzmem to, a?
Pa to ti je ono... dobra fora.
Šta je circuit expansion?
Za struju.
Ne, to mi je da. A neću, ostavit ću ono da imam. Ostavit ću za...
Mislim, to uzmeš jednom, imaš stalno taj upgrade.
Moral augmentation.
5% za sve.
Jest.
Da.
250 imam.
Primeti se, na primjer, nekad ti tačno fali par sekundi da baciš air strike.
Vidiš, i ovo nije loše, brate. Increase the damage radius on explosions caused by orbital stratagems by 10%. Tu je i napalm orbital barrage i redovan orbital barrage.
Mislim zapravo da ga decrease-uje, ili ti nije toliko široko više, nego je fokusiran.
Increases the damage radius.
Increase the damage radius.
Da, on pojačava kad padne pa okolo ono što uništava, da. Fokusiran. Atmospheric monitoring, da. Pre toga sam uzeo orbital here barrage spread reduce by 15%. Znači na manju površinu udara, a ovo je da udara još jače. Ovo ću uzeti. Ovdje fale mi 4, ovaj 20 narođenstih. Ok. Dobro.
A naravno da se misliš na one rare, jel?
Da, one... Armory helm. Uzet ću ovaj. Može i ovaj. Dobro. To je to.
I gdje ti je sad?
Što ovdje kod mene, brate?
Ko? Pa mislim da ćeš igrati još.
Ovo dvojica. Znači, guys, sorry, I must go. Thank you for the help. See you, Pyro. Thank you.
Gdje ti je?
Vidite game. Ne, sad ćemo da vidim.
Šta sam...
Može li biti kućina? Change account. Continue.
Da se ovo Kretek troluje. Amakić. Vidi ovo. Neverovatno.
Tips for $100, šta je to?
Kretek post. On je kas prednje. Zašto ovo? Pitam se za koga je ovo. Za koga je ovo? Ima tu i savjeta. Moguće. Evo je moj komentar. Evo moj komentar. Neko ko ima $1,500,000, ne znam šta da im kažem. Ne znam šta da im kažem. Nevjerovatno.
Ovaj Kangir gleda sa Psycho Ghosta kako gleda.
A dobro, on kao daje svoje neke komentare za taj... To je u suštini gameplay video. Fun. Dobivam.
Evo, kaže Milan, on ide spava sad.
Pa dobro, on je sad umoran. 8:05. Ne zebaš ti to. Kak je to tip? Sad bi te ja pitao da nema taj podeljeni profil na koji si ti, da nema on Remnant 2 na njega.
Sad ću da vidim. Sekund, jedan. Možete vidjeti šta ima. Mislim da nema Remnant. Ima Dark Tide.
Ja, moraš da ga igraš. Žaba ima kad moraš da ga igraš.
Ne mogu brati ja to, za mene je ono epileptično.
Na većim nivoima težine, da. A duše, Pomaže ako ne igraš u mračnoj sobi, da sve bljeska. Tu stoji. A također nemoj gledati kako ja igram. Ja kako igram, meni je...
Ovako.
Da.
Da vidim samo što ima. Warhammer Space Marine 2, dobro, to sam instalirao. Ultimate Battle Simulator. Repo. Complete Edition, Metro Redux. Marvel Rivals ima. Dobro, to je besplatno, jel?
Mislim da je to žove za sve.
Devil May Cry 5, Doom Eternal. 2. Da, ima evo ga. Died Nightmares and Visions. Warhammer 5.
A da, to ti je ovaj zadnji, da kažem, update.
Što ti je to?
Ovaj tip je gori nego Milan Kunentis. Ne bojiš.
A?
Gori nego Milan.
Koji ne bojiš?
Just Nebo.
Misliš gori ko smisli?
Pa tvrd za pare. Ne bi kupio...
Tvrd za pare?
Ne bi kupio igru da ga zmija ujede. Ne kažem da mora sve da se uzme, ali se nešto sviđa, brate, a imaš para, ne mogu se baviti. Taj bi rento, znači do smrti. Čak mislim da koristi tuđi account Microsoftov da igra igre.
Evo ti piše ti, brate, i na Steam. Developer Insight Tips for Hunt Dogs.
Vidi. Šokovi.
Opet neki update i vas ovaj Tron Liberty. previše.
Ovi...
Šta god hoćeš.
Ujutro, ne znam dokad ćemo mi spavati.
Šta god hoćeš.
Imaš malo pite od sira i kićevo mlijeka u frižider, pa onda ću ti oko 12, pola 1.
U redu.
Ručak. A?
Tako ću.
Ako ćeš nešto drugo...
Ne, samo to, ništa drugo.
U mikrotalaku.
Dobro. Evo ne. Svi mrtvi. Ne vidim šta mu bilo. Baš spasi.
Kinds of dangers not otherwise known to little boys. Disregarding the warnings and, without a worry in the world, Willem dashed through the bushes and ran deep into the Myrwood forest. In the heart of the forest, all wet from the rain, Willem heard slight panting noises from an overgrown grotto nearby. Cautiously, Willem peeked through the leaves. He could not believe his eyes when he saw a finely dressed cat standing on 2 feet, twice as tall as Willem's father would be. The cat's back was facing Willem. Its hand was moving swiftly inside its pocket, while 2 big yellow eyes gleamed inside a burlap bag in great excitement. Suddenly, the hand movement came to a halt. Even if Willem was well hidden behind the leaves, slowly the cat turned its eyes towards him. In terror, Willem ran as fast as he could towards his home. The 2 glowing yellow eyes of the cat haunted him all the way back to his home gates. His mother was there to meet him by the front door. "So you had to go to the woods, did you?" said his mother. "You saw something you shouldn't have, right?" questioned his mother. "And how do I know this?" Willem's mother would go inside to get a little parcel with decorated wrappings. "This appeared on the front door just before you came. It was directed to young Mr. Willem." Slowly, Willem unwrapped the decorated paper with small mouse prints on it. Inside the parcel, there was Cat. The town of Myrwood.
Šta je sad? Sad na me žulje.
Koje?
Te zelene.
Patike?
Ma da, zašto se ta plastika unutar pomera i žuljana. Nemoj.
Što ne uzmeš patike?
Koje patike? Gdje će ih?
Što ne uzmeš neke patike u piču?
Gdje da uzmem? Na cestu ih uzme sad, jeli? U prodavnicu.
Ne sad.
Nego gdje? No kad? Objasni mi kad. Preko interneta, šta? To se ne uzima preko interneta. Se uđeš u prodavnicu, probaš, sviđa i izađeš s kupovinom. Aj, izađi, molim te. Nisi sad nešto previše pametan, rekla si mi uzmi, pa ti. Hvala.
Pa imaš što nosiš one plave.
Šta se radi, šta je sad? Znači non stop ulaziš, zaključat ću ovo, kunem ti se.
Znam da imaš
non stop, kao na traci, nema, viš da nema, gdje?
Imaš ove.
Vrati ih u redu, uzet ću. Znači te zelene u redu je samo mežuljaj, ne fali ništa ni zelenima, samo mežuljaj.
Pa bolje ti je nosi
ove. U redu, uzet ću, u redu. Ma, šta sad radiš? Moraš da ih staviš tu da sigurno će da uzmeš, šta? Sa strane, sa strane me bode, ja znam šta ti pričam. Kad hodam bode, moram da hodam polako, ne mogu da se vuče.
Pa gdje, napravit će ti ranu na noge. Aj vidjet ću može li čave ovo nekako da...
No, ne znam da ono što uradim. To treba možda rašiti i isturpijeti. Mislim da zaključam sobu. Ko na traci se ulazi ovdje.
Was in festive mood. It was the beginning of the harvest season and food was plentiful. Willem had to wear his Sunday suit, the suit he would typically wear when going to church on Sundays. Needless to say, the suit wasn't to Willem's liking. Now, you know we had to make good impressions to the city folk, his mother would say. Why should I care? Said Willem. Willem's mother would pull him by the ear violently and say, Don't you understand our livelihood depends on those noble and the fancy? Willem shrugged it off and nodded. It is important to obey your parents after all, if you are to grow up even somewhat decent and moral. It is even written on the book of our Lord, the Bible of all men. The party guests started coming as the sun set. The festive people were of all kinds. There were also many people Willem had never seen before, especially one gay gentleman with a constant grin on his face caught Willem's attention. The man also noticed young Willem. He winked his eye, even though otherwise his face was set in the same grin all the time. The gentleman gave Willem jeepers creepers. As the full moon had risen the highest, and the festive people were at their most cocked, Willem noticed the gay gentleman gone. After a short search, he found the man from their backyard, howling at the moon. This already made young Willem very nervous, but then the man turned his gaze towards Willem. His eyes were the same as the two haunting yellow eyes that Willem had seen in the Merwood forest some days ago. Suddenly, Willem realised the size of the man. For some reason, he had not realised it before, but the man was almost the same height as their house. With a cat-like expression, the man would say, Fancy meeting you here, young mister. The illustration on the book looks very lifelike. The pocket cat seems to stare straight at you from the book pages. The pocket cat would say, So how do you think we should handle the situation, now that you've seen something you shouldn't have? Well, let us not dwell on those matters. The night is festive. It is a full moon after all. While the cat-like man stares at the moon, he also murmurs something. Oh, the old one. My lullabies go to deaf ears. The humankind pursues the same goals persistently. The cat asks you one last question. If I were to get the moon itself to you, would you give up on your quest and lay with me here tonight? Well, that was interesting. Pocket Cat's story came to life to break the fourth wall. Well, break the page and talk to you directly, just like he speaks to you, the player, when you speak to him in game. He's the only character that does this, but he's not the only character who has stories written about them. There's four of interest. Pocket Cat, naturally, the Crow Mauler, Skin Granny, and Ron Teals. All four of these are explicitly said to have stories written about them, or we actually get to read the stories. But they're all quite different, right? What's the connection between them? To briefly recap Pocket Cat, he is a servant of the old god Rare, who shows great knowledge about things he shouldn't, and is the subject of a fairy tale, the books of which can apparently come to life, perhaps in a kind of summoning of him. To jump ahead just a little, the Pocket Cat passes his role onto another performer at a certain point. The reasons why, well, you'll just have to wait, but keep in mind that he can possess people, in a manner of speaking. The Crow Mauler is similar. Those afflicted by the god of the depths can be possessed by the spirit of the Crow Mauler. It, too, has an old poem, or perhaps a folk song, written about it. Crow, crow, grow your horn, vile as the snow in the Scarsburg Massacre Road. Crow, crow, oh why do you maul? The meat is fresh and the blood still falls. Crow, crow, are you there? He is coming, with nothing to bear. Crow, crow, behind you now. Oh crow, please reap, oh crow, what I sow. In the dungeons, we read of the slow decline of the captain who goes mad and eventually becomes this creature, the Crow Mauler. The process is not dissimilar to what happens with Pocket Cat, and we're not talking about that just yet. The Skin Granny is a little different. One can find it in the nightmare memories of Ragnvalder, the outlander who entered the dungeon to enact revenge upon Lagard for slaughtering his family. He hails from the northern country of Oldegard. There they have a story about the Skin Granny, a creature who, if you abandon your family, appears when the black seeps into the cracks of your cabin to nibble at your loved ones. It's said to have a strong presence in nightmares, as we can see, but it's more than just a nightmare. Its claws cut deep, and it will rip your face off if you let it. The Rontiels, we see them in Termina. When one draws a sigil of the moon god and travels to, well, we refer to it as Rare's realm, but it's not really his. It's more likely a kind of mental realm, one shaped by the minds of people in reality. Rare sees into our minds, and so his sigil allows one to access this realm, but not usually. He doesn't normally do this. Marina proclaims as such when you enter this realm with her. Perhaps the proximity to the festival and the actual god himself allows it to drill deeper. Whatever it is, the main inhabitant of these areas are the Rontiels. The new gods in Mahab describe them as such, a being that lurks in the shadows. Different tales about Rontiels have been passed on for many generations. It is said that Rontiel appears first in the nightmares, only to fuel his or her own materialization to the physical world with the fear it instills. The Rontiel are the key that explains the other entities on this list, or, as I've taken to calling them, the living stories. Each of them, the Rontiel, Crow Mauler, Skin Granny, and yes, the Pocket Cat, are stories that have come to life, ideas that can act on the physical plane, but how? How is such a thing possible? Now, all of you are of course familiar with the concept of the green hue, and even me saying this will no doubt instantly help you understand where this theory is going. But for clarity's sake, I shall explain. The green hue is where the old gods originate from. The old gods are concepts. For example, Grogeroth is the concept of destruction. Sylvian is the concept of creation, etc. If you're familiar with the concept of platonic shapes or perfect ideas, then it's very similar. The green hue is where these perfect ideas of creation, destruction and such exist, and they emanate outwards like light from the sun. Human reality can be understood as a distance away from this green hue, but other layers of reality are closer. Mahab, the city of the gods, is a step closer to the green hue, and the void is closer again. While the exact order of layers isn't entirely clear, I believe that the so-called Rare's realm and dreams are layers above human reality and thus closer to the green hue. Now, understanding that, what are the living stories? If we have these reality-shaping, massive ideas that are Grogeroth and Sylvian and the rest, why couldn't we have smaller ideas? The living stories are often subservient to larger ideas. The Pocket Cat is a servant of Rare, and the Crow Mauler is tied somehow to the god of the depths, but not always, since the Skin Granny and Rontiel don't seem to be associated with specific gods. But these smaller ideas are clearly shaped by what humans think of them. If the ideas originate from the green hue, why do they look like humans or require human fear to manifest? The traces of Grogeroth tell us why. The older gods are too pure for this world. They are the true forms of the feelings and ideas that linger in men. But humans, they are too tainted by their own mind and ambition to understand purity. Think of the perfect shape of fear and destruction. Now take a look at the world you delve. Do you see that shape? The shape could never exist among men, because the shape varies between every human. If you could truly see the shape everyone shares, it would shatter the individual mind and existence. The ideas are pure when they're in the green hue. When our minds try to understand them, they're reshaped into something else, something diluted. Our minds could never possibly grasp the pure form of a god, as Grogoroth demonstrates by instantly popping our brains with a mere glimpse. The stories that are spread about Pocket Cat and the others are a method to reshape the entities and grant them purchase here, to bring them lower from the green hue and grant them a physical form. There's a few different methods for this. Pocket Cat and the Chrome Mauler possess a human form, but the Rontiels spread fear. The Skin Granny doesn't seem to appear directly in reality, or at least we haven't seen it do so, but it proves that entities that are mere stories can still hurt real people. Well, living stories, that's a neat little theory, isn't it? If this energy of the green hue can be siphoned and moulded so easily, surely we'd see it being used elsewhere then.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Let's try something else.
own story? I will tell your tale. Who goes there? Take your as you wish. Warm nights.
Indeed we would. And what an astute question, dear viewer. Let's briefly examine the different kinds of ideas that shape the world of fear and hunger. We've discussed the old gods previously, but what of their traces? When an old god leaves or dies, their traces are left behind. Grogroth imprinted destruction on our reality, and our minds can't comprehend how it would function without it. So we force the idea of him as the trace. It still does have some connection to the actual idea held in the green hue, a slim tendril reaching to the source of all things, but it isn't the thing itself. If humanity decided that, say, we didn't need destruction, or nature, or creation, or whatever other traces are left, then they would vanish overnight. But we do, so they don't. The collective unconscious of humanity has an idea of what those forces are, so the forces stay. Sometimes, even singular people can manifest these entities themselves. When fighting Nashra in the dungeon, he does something curious. He summons an entity called Darkness that looks very much like Grogroth, but when he faces the full traces of Grogroth, he is instantly destroyed. That's because this darkness he summons is born from his own will. Nashra knows he can defeat the god of destruction and replace him, so naturally, he can control an entity that appears like him. Nashra told himself this story, and because he has exceptional willpower and is a new god, it actually manifested. His cultists believing in him probably helped a bit too. It's not the first time this has happened. The ancestors of Enki seem to do something similar, summoning a kind of Grogorothian demon by repeating the story over and over. Kill a child, spill their blood, and the blood god will reward you with knowledge. For generations it didn't work, until it did. That's ideas reaching down to humanity from the green hue, but what of ideas pushing up from us? We have two prime examples of this, the new gods and the ascended gods. The new gods are humans, and some lizard men, but we're not going to discuss them, who, by means of a special throne granted to us by the old gods, become super powerful beings who shape humanity over their tenure, usually lasting a few centuries. Once they're deposed from their throne, they stay in the hall of the new gods to just wait and watch. We can go through this process firsthand, and it appears that our souls get baked in the green hue in the void and come back different. There are choices you can make when you become a new god. Depending on your choices, you become stronger or weaker, but what determines this is how many people believe in you. The worst ending choices lead you to become a lesser known new god with a small cult, and you're quickly replaced. The best endings have your worshippers worldwide, with you as the only god. We see this in the gods met in-game too. The Fellowship fall when their believers stop worshipping them. Nashra is still kicking over 1,000 years after his defeat because of his cults of yellow mages. Even Ron Chambara keeps popping up because of his poetry. The new gods hijack the process that living stories use to interact with the world, pushing against the current and elevating themselves to the level of myth and legend. The stronger the legend, the belief, the stronger the new god. Or is it the opposite? The stronger a new god is, the more people believe in them. Is there a difference? You all know how ascended gods work by now, don't you? When the child of a new god and a special human meets the soul of a dead old god, they can ascend into a new being. Ulmir was the first known ascended god, and we see this process taking place in the dungeons, when the god of fear and hunger was born. Ulmir, when he died on the cross, became more than a man. He became a symbol of hope and domination. When the god of fear and hunger ascended, she became a symbol of the emotions of her name, and transformed how humanity reacted to them. No longer forces of oppression, fear and hunger instead drove humanity forwards. We began to enjoy the pain from these feelings and use it as fuel for progress. Allmere likely did the same with the feelings of hope and domination, but we have little knowledge of the world before his ascension. The new gods lead humanity, the ascended gods reshape their minds, and the old gods shape reality. Would you say that they're introverted or extroverted artists? What does Pocket Cat shape? It was a rainy day in the countryside just north from the forest of Merwood. Willem, the most mischievous child known in town, stared at the raindrops behind his window screen, just longing for an adventure. During downpour, decent boys should help their parents with various household chores instead. Being the pompous boy he was, Willem refused to give a helping hand. The consequences of such refusals were all too familiar to Willem. He'd get sentenced to bed without a dinner, and so he did. Crying under his blanket, fits of Willem's anger brought forth his reflection from a mirror on the wall. The boy from the mirror introduced himself as Melu, the sleeping twin brother of Willem that came to this world far too early, and thus he could only view the world. From the land of opposites. Melu wanted to warn his brother of the coming calamity, but his words echoed from the land of opposites, so they came out all wrong. A large beetle man climbed in from the window. The beetle man was tall, taller than Willem's father, and rounder than his father as well. The face of the beetle man was obscured. He wore a similar mask Willem's grandfather had worn in the war to avoid gas melting his eyes and burning his lungs. Turkillo, the beetle man, had an urgent mission for Willem. You see, the ancient kingdom Turkillo came from was under a serious threat, and Willem was the only boy who could help. Willem was a bit hesitant, but Turkillo was already forcing the boy out from his bedroom window out into the rain. "We've got no time for thinking," said Turkillo. The beetle man showed the way with his lantern, only Willem had trouble keeping up with the pace as Turkillo flew fast deep inside the Merwood with his man beetle wings. Turkillo's lantern got more distant until Willem couldn't see it no more. Hopeless, and now lost in the woods, he started crying, not unlike how small song thrush chicks cry and beg their mother for food. And just like that, a giant song thrush grabbed Willem and took him to a treetop nest full of chicks fighting for their place in the world. Those chicks knew that to succeed in life, you had to push the competition over nest boundaries. Willem tried, but ultimately fell off the nest. Just as he was about to meet his maker, Turkillo scooped by him and grabbed Willem with his cold man-beetle hands. Turkillo scolded Willem from wandering off. Willem slid down a muddy hill and found himself on a large opening in the forest. In the middle of that opening, two giant baby-faced blindworms were caught in a wrestling match. They bit each other, clawed each other, all while crying and wallowing loudly. Turkillo yelled from above that this is the true nature of men. This would be Willem's future once he grew up to be an adult. While the two talked, the other, more ugly-faced blindworm had bested the other. Hungry for more devastation, the thing set its eyes on Willem. It gave Willem a desperate chase. Willem ran to a nearby thicket in hopes that the blindworm couldn't fit in there. Instead, the beast thrusted itself past broken branches with ferocious force. Fat from eating his other baby-faced blindworm sibling, one particularly sharp branch punctured the belly of the beast, and from within hundreds of small blindworm babies spilled all over the place. The little worms started wrestling and devouring each other the moment they landed on the ground. Willem realised that this is how the giant baby-faced blindworms got so big to begin with. They kept eating each other until only one remained. For now, it seemed like Willem was safe. For some reason, he did not feel comfortable, though. It felt like someone or something was keenly watching his every move. Then he noticed them, a pair of glowing eyes staring right at him from the darkness of shrubs and leaves. Willem did not like how the stare felt, panicked and ran in the opposite direction. Little did Willem know at the time, but what followed his every move from behind the bush was the tall cat, the Pocket Cat himself. The rest of the text is unintelligible and smudged over. It looked like someone didn't want you to read any further, for whatever reason. That was a good story, wasn't it? It's a retelling of the first story, and it has some different details. The first version we found in the dungeons. The second we find in Pre-Heval, the site of the festival. Ah, the festival, a jubilee of cosmic proportions. Is it real, or is it just something from a fairy tale? Well, why not both? Pre-Heval is the site of the last festival, and while you would expect that a participant should come away learning a great deal about it, unfortunately, much is still a mystery. For instance, how long has it been going on? When did the Sulphur Cult take over? How is it relevant to the birth of the Machine God? And, perhaps most importantly, why does Rare do it? Oh, we can answer that one. First things first, who is Rare? Let's look at the definitive source of information for the Moon God, his skin Bible, courtesy of Enki. Very much like the sun, the moon is one of the primordial entities, and thus it has lore and beliefs written since the dawn of time. This makes it difficult to separate facts from fiction, and mad ramblings from hidden truths. Consistent details among the myriad of stories seem to hint at a god called Rare, also known as the Trickster God and the Moon God. In the most ancient writings, Rare is depicted as the god of the insane and those who've succumbed to madness. His blessing to men is his moonlight, which is said to uncover the truth underneath the human filth, a truth that is often too much for a human mind to handle. It can be debated whether his version of the truth is more accurate than that of the human filth. Unlike many of the other older gods, Rare's part in the greater scheme of things remains a mystery. Just looking at the night sky, you can see his presence in an eternal slumber. This makes his secrecy even more infuriating. He is literally hiding in plain sight. What do the new gods say about him? Trickster God, also known as the Moon God. He is one of the last older gods to still observe mankind. He is a jealous kind. He would not share the godhood and the world order with humans and the new gods. He has many ploys to diminish our influence. A god of truth and or madness who doesn't like humans trying to become gods. Right, now we know everything about Rare, so how about his festival? Every so often, the moon god drifts close to the surface of the planet and observes it directly. Anyone burned by the green light reflected off his surface quickly goes mad, and eventually turns into a monster called a moon-scorched. The book Truth Under the Moonlight gives a hint at what's happening here. Who of us doesn't cover their true face and hide behind a persona? In the broad daylight we adopt a social role depending on the surrounding people. We put on a mask that works as the public image of our true personality. Do we hide our face to avoid the judgment of people? Or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? A sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thoughts. Only in the darkness of night does the true and vile nature of men get revealed. We share our decrepit bodies only to the select few under the moonlight. Despite what lowly thieves cowering in the shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. Rare sees into your mind and your deepest desires. The truth of your...
Jeli, da li može da ti padne u onaj...
It's just Nibon. Welcome to my channel.
Trial of Sekema, da li može da ti padne onaj Spirit Gem? Da. Pitam. Teo bi da nabavimo onaj, treba mi level 14 Spirit Gem. Yes. Jebeni lešnar. Čuš. Ovo je koliki je. Ajmo mali gledati.
Jebem. Vidio!
Da.
Jebem. Iskreno kill, what happened? What happened? Toga jebem. Jebem.
Not yet.
Šta te nervira? Staviš basic attack na srednji klik miša, to sam radi. Pretpostavljam da citiraš nešto, ali previše si cringe da bi mogu da skontam čemu se radi.
Kažem ono...
Da?
Kao, vi ste previše jaki, repovat ćemo svaki ključ. Stavit ćemo da jebeni, možete milion imaju...
Ođde se Elijah. Sta ajma kralđu.
Upravo sam rekao, kupi neku igru, čoveč. Ne moraš samo da rentaš igre. Nije ti izgora ovaj novčanik.
A? Ne, popet ove egzove.
Ne. Nisam tebi rekao, ovo me ne bojiš.
Puste platu po neku kuću ovo.
Lez tepok.
Ja trebam još ovih brate, napunio sam već. 16 štebova jebenih sam napunio, znači...
Šta uzimaš? Premium?
A uzet ću ono...
Onaj kvad. Onaj kvad je dobra stvar.
Da dobijem onaj skin i da dobijem 300 još ovih. Pojene, i ću se čekam da bude da bude raspredaja.
Pa ima sad raspredaja, znaš?
Ima, a?
A, sad ću ti reći.
Ne bi rekao.
Ima. Imaš da uzmeš, slušaj, premium stash tab bundle za 200 ovih zlatnika uzmeš 6 stash tabova umjesto 5.
A imam to već, nego hoću da uzmem onaj za sve ovo, kako se zove?
Stash tab, extra stash tab, šta?
Za unique.
A to nemaš, to sam ja prvo uzeo. To mi izgledalo previše dobro da ga ne bi uzeo, znaš?
I...
Delirium, kako se treba Delirium?
Ne, baš za unique, ono...
To imam, jednu imam, dovoljno mi je jedna, mislim.
Rab, ti si uzeo odmah ovaj o 60.
Pa, ja sam uzeo odmah. Ne, uzeo sam ono 40 i onda sam doplatio, čini mi se malo para i uzeo ono 60. Dobijem još kinte. To.
Nema raspodaja ovih tjepova.
Imaju neki, nemaju svi.
Nema nijedan. To po vikendu to možeš kupiti. Prvi ću to najvjerojatnije da uzem to. Ne mogu ovo, brate, ima toliko tih jebenih unika, ne znam koji više za šta služi a bezvezno mogu da prdam neki dobro. Ko što mi se dešavalo.
Ajde vidimo kako će sad biti.
A ne žeš suviše, kao ne lojka oni stavi ono perna, ne stavi svih ovo da mogu oni da uspije da gledaju. Mnogo su bezpečni da ljudi ne živi.
Šta je para jebut? Uzeo sam da mogu 2 kompanjona da imam aktivno. To mi je zadalo kao dosta inteligentno, da kažem. I will tell you a tale.
To me jako ne vede, što imam se napucano do kraja ove rezistora, umrem, kako stignem.
Ja sam uzeo jednog ovog miniona što daje, kao auru ima. Elemental resist, znaš?
Još imam skripter koji mi daje... Joj, 36 još na fire resistance. A se fire me ubiju poslije. Nevjerojatno.
Da, da.
Nije naravno. Imam sto nešto rezista, da ne ništa. Ona je jebeni fire mi ne treba da mjeri ništa 116 jebeni rezista.
Jesi trebalo bi da te healao kako imaš resist?
Ne bi trebalo da mi smaknu ništa.
Pa imaš onaj pasiv što ti daje na maksimum resistance.
Da, bajam
Naišao sam nekog egzajla. Umri kučko. Šta je ovo? Na neku kacigu. Šta je ovo? Šta je Eldritch Battery?
Mislim da ti ono manu...
Convert all energy shield to mana. Double mana cost.
Da, isplati se to. Ali ako hoćeš baš u fullu da ti se isplati...
Pa treba ti nešto što ti daje manu ili troši manu.
Ako hoćeš baš u fullu da ti se isplati, u tom slučaju možda umeš i sad ću ti kažem što još. Znači, main door over the metal. Our damage is taken with a mana before their life. To ti je skills desno, to je skills levo skoro. And 50 less mana recovery rate. I mora da uzmeš Chaos i Inoculation. Znači to kad uzmeš to je ono, možeš preživjeti to, možeš imaš 20.000.
Ti otvoram prozor,
Pa je mogu.
A što se radi?
Meni je 20.000. Ja sam imao 50.000 energy shielda u sekundu.
I imao si Chaos Resist, jel tako?
Da. Chaos ti nije radio ništa. I sa tim i bez toga, ali.
Koliko si ubio ovih egzala do sad?
Nisam puno, 3-4. Jedan je ubio mene. I to me ubio tako što me napalo još 30 mosta.
Da.
I ono nisam mogo da...
Da fokusiraš.
Pinovali su me i ono, bam i...
A ja nabacujem pin sa ovim mercenarima. Skoro svaki put. Isto kao kad sam igrao sa Warriorom mi nije bilo ništa lakše nego da ih ono istaniram.
Idem da ispušam malo kiču. Čisto se vedim za pola sata sve. Hoćete fanče?
goes there. My wares are renowned. I'll unburden you. Thank you. Blessings.
Šta znam.
Tell your tale.
Your soul is revealed under his moonlight. It's no coincidence then that his sigil bores into what seems to be a plane shaped by the human unconscious, and the abilities he grants gives one what we call psychic powers. Worship the moon god and one can learn to read minds, sense the locations of other people, and have great mental fortitude. He is said to be a god of madness, but really, it's that humans can't handle the truth he shows you. Perhaps that's not so different than being unable to withstand the form of pure destruction Groguroth shows us. The festival only lasts 3 days naturally, but for some reason, this one has lasted a month. Well, some reason. Somehow, somewhere, and somewhen, the cult of the mysterious sulphur god took over the festival for their own ends. Throughout the festival, the contestants are haunted by dreams of communing with the Harlequin percolate atop the tower, under the watchful gaze of the moon god. But once they climb the tower, it's revealed that Rare isn't in charge at all. In fact, he's long since left, and all that is there are his traces. The cult of the sulphurous god have instead taken the festival over for their own ends. Ends which have been discussed to death, and I'll give them no more words here. You understand. But why? Why does Rare do this? We don't know when the festival started, how often it happens, where it happens, or much else really. We don't have any other clues. I'm just kidding, of course we have more clues. Did you think I was reading the Tales of the Pocket Cat books for fun? Well, yes, I was, but also, they depict a festival. Really, it's obvious when you notice. Take a look at the first book. The boy, Willem, finds the pocket cat in the woods and is now a target of his. Later, the town of Merwood was having a big party where everyone was expected to dress their best, and we find a gentleman who's pocket cat in disguise. The moon is full, and the pocket cat slinks away to howl at it. Willem finds him, and he threatens the child with unspeakable crimes. He whispers to the moon, "Oh, old one, my lullabies go to deaf ears." The humankind pursues the same goals persistently, and then he asks you if you will give up on your quest. He's talking to Willem, but he's really talking to you. But he's really talking to you. So what is he saying? It's a festive night. A festival proper, perhaps. One from before the sulphur cult were involved, and, like the party in the museum, everyone's dressed up in their fancy clothes. Then, Pocket Cat finds his victim, Willem. A victim he had already met by chance. One he already had his eyes on. Almost like he knew about Willem ahead of time. He asks if you would give up your quest, if you would have the moon brought to you. What is your quest? The grand scheme in motion in the dungeons is the birth of the god of fear and hunger, and it's well established that Rare does not want to share godhood with us. Pocket Cat is asking you, on behalf of his master, to give up this quest, and if so, he will take you to the moon. That sounds like an odd gift until you recall what happens at the end of the festival in Preheval. The two options are, you facilitate the birth of the machine god, or you meet Rare atop the tower. Was Pocket Cat offering the same deal to you? Was Rare leering overhead outside the dungeon? Or perhaps he was talking about the girl. We don't know where he takes her after he leaves. Whatever it is he does to her to ensure she doesn't become a god, well, it's probably best not to think about. In Preheval, we find another version of the tale of the Pocket Cat and poor Willem. It's apparently faithful to the original version of the story, and as a result, it seems to expand the story of the first chapter of the first book, where Willem was lost in the woods. It's more detail heavy, so forgive me for recapping more. After refusing to help with chores on a rainy day, Willem's angry tears summon a mirror image of himself, Melu, who warns him of a coming disaster. The disaster arrives before they can hash this out, and in the form of a giant beetle man, Turkillo. Remember that name, by the way. Turkillo came from an ancient kingdom that was under threat and needed Willem to help. Willem got lost in the woods and started crying, and his cries sounded like a song thrush's cries. Wouldn't you know it, a giant song thrush picked him up and dropped him in its nest with its chicks. Fighting for their place in the world, they jostled and pushed each other over the edge. Thankfully, Turkillo grabs in midair. In the second chapter, Willem stumbles upon the two baby-faced blind worms, which, despite their names, aren't worms but lizards. Maybe you can think of them as snake-like. The uglier blind worm won the fight, but stabbed itself on a stick while chasing Willem, and hundreds of baby-faced blind worms poured out, immediately devouring each other. After this, Willem stumbles upon the Pocket Cat, and the book ends. It's hardly a tale of the Pocket Cat this time, and no fourth wall breaking. So, how is it a festival? There's no talk of the moon in this one, but there needn't be, because it's obvious it's just an extended version of the first chapter of the previous version. The next chapter was about the festival in the town of Merswood, but this version that we read didn't get that far and was in fact censored, so we couldn't. But it still does have some elements of a festival, filtered through a fairy tale lens. Willem is accosted by a doppelganger from the mirror before being taken. The thrush chicks are people fighting to be the sole survivor. The struggle of the twin blind worms, the twin reptiles, mirrors the struggle during Allmir's ascension with Sulphur. Allmir won, but was later killed and the new gods took over, like the baby worms pouring out of the blind worm's corpse. Is there much difference between being stabbed with a branch or a spear? If almost every detail in the story is lining up with the festival of Termina, what is going on with Turkillo? He's a beetle man from an ancient kingdom, and one who doesn't think highly of humans. One of the sigils of the lost old gods on the clock appears to be a beetle. Now, I am not one to base my theories on data mined content, so I will tread very carefully here. When examining the game files, the clock sigil of this beetle is named Turkle. So, it's likely that the beetle man in the story is this lost old god. What his domain is, and what happened to him, is a mystery, and I shan't speculate any further about Turkle. However, Turkle's kingdom is obviously Mahab, the city of the gods. How could a mere child save Mahab? I think you know the answer to that. We know of two ways: becoming a new god, or becoming an ascended god. Well, doesn't that answer why Pocket Cat was so interested in Willem then? If Willem was earmarked to become a god of some kind, it's natural then that Pocket Cat would be deployed to stop him. And in a festival, no less. Now where else have we seen these things before? Pocket Cat was in the dungeon to stop the girl, and he was in Preheval to promote participation in the festival, and ideally, ignore the machine god. The festival was called down on Preheval right as the machine god was to be born. These aren't coincidences, and the fairy tale books tell us this. If the second book is more detailed, then it stands to reason the chapters detailing the festival itself were removed to keep the participants in Preheval in the dark. The festival and Pocket Cat are tools of Rare to stop humans from ascending to godhood. The cat for a light touch, and the festival to burn down a whole region if need be. How many potential godlings have been taken by Pocket Cat over the millennia? How many regions scorched into madness by the moon? A lot, one would guess, if these stories are so common as to survive in book form. I'm sorry, I've neglected to explain what moon scorching actually is this entire time. Simply put, when one is exposed to the gaze of the moon god for long enough, around 3 days, one transforms into a monster. Rare can see through our carefully prepared exteriors and through to the truth, and forcibly reveals that, or so it seems. Truth be told, the moonscorched forms seem to align with how a person sees themselves, rather than what they actually are. Take for example, Abella. She is not particularly feminine by the standards of the era, being a tall, strong mechanic, and she's well aware of that. Underneath her masculine exterior, well, she's still somewhat masculine, but her love of romance belies a femininity not obvious to a casual observer. This
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Leonor. King, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The second I have the Abdul. Bow before your king.
The Medicus must bow.
Još malo. To je to.
This dichotomy would play upon her mind, making her worry.
Su pičku materinu.
not over. Not yet. I return you to the embrace of death! It is done. The war is begun with me.
Worry that she's more masculine than she ought to be. Her Moonscorch form is Chaugna, the monstrous elephant who appears to be a man with a phallic parasite on its face. That doesn't sound like what Abella is truly like, but it does sound like what Abella thinks of herself. But, remember our previous topics. The truth is revealed under the moonlight, yes, but what is that truth? The truth is what is real. It's reality, of course. But the gods rewrite reality however they please. And, in fact, humans can too. How do they do that? Through their beliefs, as in, a strong enough belief is reality. Like the moon can reflect the sun and light up the dark night, Rare's gaze reflects the green hue and lights up our beliefs about ourselves, bringing them to the surface in an explosive fashion. The contestants all get special Moonscorch forms because time is running out. The festival was only supposed to last 3 days, but it's been artificially extended by the Sulphur cultists, if anything about this could be called artificial or natural. Thus, the exposure of the green gaze of Rare is much higher, forcing wilder forms out of them. Oh, and what beautiful forms. Let's take a look. Levi, the drug-addicted ex-child soldier, becomes the Weeping Scope. He sees himself as a crying loser war machine, and oh, would you look at that? Marina, the occultist with daddy issues, becomes the Cocoon. Now, she carries daddy on her back, and she'll never be free from his control, just like she's always worried. Samarie, the living human sacrifice to the old gods. She never got a fair shake really, but maybe her unrequited love of Marina will solve all her problems. She becomes Dysmorphia, a reflection of her broken and doomed body. She mimics the dead Olmir, a god who died trying to reach the heavens. Tanaka, the unlucky businessman, becomes Judgment. He's judging himself mostly. His flesh is full of the shards of the glass ceiling he's broken, and he's very obsessed with working hard. Henrik becomes the new mayor, the Gentleman. And honestly, he isn't that different from before. He's still quite the gourmand. Caligura is definitely not different than before, becoming Monster. He's still just as charming, but you know what? He probably smells better now. Osar, seeing himself as the puppet of Nashra, embodies that with his head overcome by some kind of parasite. His voice is muffled from behind it. He's called Mastermind now, but who does that name really refer to? Olivia, poor sweet Olivia, taken to the museum to partake in the ball and is overwhelmed, becoming Mechanical Dance. She always saw herself as a half-mechanical monster and hated being looked at for it. Karen, the war-hungry journalist. She said she was more a Valkyrie than a vulture, but the line is a bit blurred. Either way, she carries off the noble soldiers from the battlefield. Marco always saw himself as only good for fighting, and he was good at it. Now, as the giant, he carries around his sister, perhaps to protect her, or perhaps as a punishment. But punishment for who? As you can see, these forms all seem to be how the person sees themselves rather than what might be called the truth of the matter. Sadly, Pav and August never quite make it to the end of the festival, so we haven't seen their Moonscorch forms. Ah, I missed one. Perhaps the most delightful of all. Dan's Moonscorch. Oh, no. I almost got you. You can wait a moment. Of course, while one is generally safer from moonscorching while indoors, that doesn't mean other terrible things can't befall oneself. The museum is full of partygoers whose minds have been scoured clean, and it's here we again find our friend Pocket Cat. Now, to finally return to the painting Pocket Cat stands under in the Museum of Pre-Heval, Guernica by Pablo Picasso. The real painting was about the World War II German army bombing the titular city of Guernica, showing the chaos and terror of humans and animals as the city was destroyed. quite curiously, our version here seems to replace some of the characters with the old gods. The bull becomes Grogoroth, standing behind the dead child in his usual bloodthirsty fashion. The woman in the window is now Sylvian, the goddess of love, appearing similar to how she did in the key art for the first game. The frantic horse is removed, replaced with a monstrous face eating a person. The secretive god of the depths. Whoever painted this was well researched, as the god of the depths wasn't well known even before it was killed in the dungeons of fear and hunger hundreds of years earlier. For those keeping count, that's 2 old gods unmentioned in the painting. Venushka, the dead god of nature, and Rare, the trickster moon god. Can we find them? There's a possibility that Venushka, being the child of Sylvian and Grogoroth, is represented by the dead child, who does have Grogoroth standing behind it. But we don't care about that god today. We're here for the moon, gazing serenely overhead. Watching the carnage unfold beneath is an eye. Rare, the moon god, is watching the old gods trample humanity under their feet. In fear and hunger, the German equivalent nation of Bremen was taken over by the populist Kaiser, who, of course, we all know is secretly Lagarde, the mercenary captain the 4 heroes tried to rescue, or kill, in the dungeon. This new painting, then, is likening the Bremen army under the Kaiser to the cruelty of the old god's ancient order, where humanity was said to have suffered greatly. Ulmir's goal was to re-establish that order upon his ascension, and he supposedly did. But he died not long after, and the new gods took over once again. This painter sees the Kaiser as the Kaiser would like to see himself, the return of Ulmir unifying humanity under the old order. That's enough about Lagarde for now. Why is his depiction of Rare as an eye so important? Can we find any other mention of, say, Rare as an eye, or watching, or seeing in some way? Almost every god is associated with eyes in some form. Grogoroth being covered in them during his fight, Sylvian's sigil, Venushka having a third eye, Ulmir and Sulfur missing one. But Rare is a little different. Yes, one of the symbols in his book has an eye, and his strange face does emphasize his eyes, and yes, he is surrounded by wheels of eyes like an off-limb angel, but there is a little more to it. Let us return to the Lady of Moon and examine her dialogue. Who are you? I'm Lady of Moon, a mere servant of the Moon God. Moon God? Yes, I'm sure you've seen him. Just one glance at the night sky. He is ever looking at you. He is very suspicious of you, of men. What is your origin? I come from the green, where you see the world through a green looking glass, where the older beings originate. Lots of vision words here. Seeing the world through a green looking glass. The moon god is ever looking. It suggests that Rare is gazing at us through the green hue, and thus that this green light is his vision. If he's looking at you, it's melting your mind, and you're going to Moonscorch. In the dungeon, one can find a trinket in a chest in Mahab called the Ever-Watching Talisman. The description reads, "An ever-watching eye is taking care of you. It seems to relieve your feelings of fear and terror. Rare, the jealous god whose gaze scours the mind of anyone caught in it, can also do the opposite and relieve feelings of fear and terror." The other 2 talismans, the Purifying Talisman and the Eclipse Talisman, are both explicitly from the East, suggesting that this Ever-Watching Talisman is too. And the Ever-Watching Talisman and Eclipse Talisman even look similar. Do the Easterners have a different understanding of the moon god? An understanding that is more in line with his desires, one that pacifies his anger at humans? That's best left for another time, for if one scratches at the surface of the Easterners, we will uncover some very deep rabbit holes indeed. Does Rare hate humanity? No, it doesn't seem so. In fact, it seems like he takes care of us if we stay in our place. He even has rules to prevent himself and his minions from interfering, although we don't know if those are self-imposed. But if Rare is ever watching, and his gaze transformed those underneath it, why aren't there more festivals? Perhaps, just perhaps, he doesn't always turn his gaze to the earth below. Perhaps, just perhaps, he isn't just a warden, but a guard. The old gods came from outer space, as is well known. Is there more out there? Is the moon keeping us safe from further reality-shaking changes from meddling outer gods, as much as he is keeping us safe from ascended gods? What a delightful idea that is. Ah, Dan. Dan. He has a funny relationship with today's subject, doesn't he? Dan doesn't moonscorch like the rest of the contestants if he loses his mind during the festival. When he succumbs, he is instead possessed by the Pocket Cat. This feline has been tormenting him from the shadows for years, you see. It was only a matter of time. Even in Dan's ending B, which is supposed to be the good ending where one survives the festival, he gives in to the cat. The only escape is death. We well understand by now the mechanism of living stories, but why did Pocket Cat pick Dan? Out of every person alive, he tormented this specific one for years until he broke. In fact, by sheer coincidence, their paths happened to meet at a crucial juncture, almost as if it was planned well ahead of time. Dan's backstory is tragic, perhaps the most out of all the contestants, and that's quite the high bar. Briefly explained, his parents were Sylvian bunny mask cultists who travelled with him around Europa. The bunny masks performed sexual rituals to honour the god of life, Sylvian. His parents tried to pass on the teachings of Sylvian to him when he was a child. Doubtless you understand the implications of this and why Pocket Cat might be attracted to him. Of course, his life didn't get any better after this. He fell in love, was sent off to war, and returned to find his wife murdered by his father-in-law. So, he travelled to Prehevel to find out why. You know the story. But again, why Dan? As sad as it is, it's not like that kind of abuse is so uncommon that Pocket Cat could only find one person like him. The answer is simple. The season of sulphur is upon us. Pocket Cat likes children. That much is obvious. The moon god Rare had a need for children to be taken care of, to prevent their ascension to godhood. Thus, their interests aligned. Pocket Cat would not need his arm twisted to do his job, you understand. If Pocket Cat is choosing a new host, one that doesn't seem to share his specific proclivities, that can only mean one thing. The job that Rare wants done is changing. There are many hints that the grand goal of the Sulphur Cult and the festival is to resurrect their dead god, Sulphur. A god as powerful as him would no doubt have the power to rewrite reality, and potential new ascended gods afterwards would not be a problem anymore. Would a resurrected Sulphur be friends with Rare? Well, I suppose that doesn't matter either, as Rare has left and only his traces remain. In fact, those traces seem to be under the control of the Sulphur Cult, who may be puppeteering his servants. How long have they been doing that for? Were the cult also trying to stop the creation of the god of fear and hunger? While I think this is likely and has been happening for some time, I would be remiss to not tell you that proof of this chain of command is tenuous. We don't exactly know the meaning of the binding change that snapped when Percolatus felled, and we don't know when the Sulphur Cult took over. But we do know one thing. Pocket Cat believes the season of sulphur is upon us, that the sulphurous one is due to rise again. When you meet him in the museum, he offers his opinion on your clothing. Osar is dressed in yellow, sulphur yellow, and Pocket Cat says this: the yellow really is the colour of the coming season. You are a trendsetter, not one to follow. Accepting that the grand plan is to usher in an age of sulphur, again the question must be asked, why Dan? An age of sulphur would entail an age of bloodshed, of dismemberment and cruelty. Dan, being a doctor, is perfect for that. He's removed his own organs, even his eye, in an unintentional mimicry of the sulphur god. He even has experience with the cult itself, having his family transformed into them. It's not much experience, but the cult are notoriously reclusive, so he's close to a world expert on them. Combine that with his childhood trauma and general depressed demeanour, and you can see why he's catnip for Pocket Cat. In the so-called Rare's realm, when one has the magic spell Golden Gates, one can stumble upon a strange hideaway. The moon leering overhead with bloody bags and children's toys. Pocket Cat's room. When Dan takes over the role, this room changes. A crime scene. Is this room their deepest desires? The feelings that they try ever so hard to escape from? Or perhaps it is their hobby room, so to speak. Pocket Cat's hobby was children. Perhaps Dan's hobby will be dismemberment. The fight with Pocket Cat in Terminus seems to suggest this. While you can fight Pocket Cat before he takes over Dan, it's much more likely you will fight him afterwards. The original Pocket Cat wouldn't fight you at all, but this new one insists on cutting off your limbs one by one, until you have none left. Ah, but Only with permission, of course. He can't break the rules. Dan is mentally broken, close enough to Pocket Cat to only need small tweaks, and, importantly, drenched in the blood of sulfur cultists. He's the perfect actor to take on the role of Pocket Cat for the season of Sulfur. Unfortunately for Sulfur, that's not how things went. He didn't get resurrected. The machine god siphoned his powers and glory instead, and will rewrite reality her own way. So what is Pocket Cat's role now? He prepared for a play that was changed last minute. Well, out of anyone, I think he'll do fine. Charismatic tricksters always do. For the tail end of the video, one last recap. Pocket Cat, the servant of the moon god Rare, is bound by his rules to not attack physically, but still tasked with interfering with any humans who try to ascend to godhood. He's a living story, a being similar to, but lesser than the old gods. These living stories have various methods of entering human reality, including possession. Pocket Cat does in fact possess Dan, likely because his usefulness is ending in the upcoming age of Sulfur. Rare, the moon god, shines the light of the green hue down on those below to scorch the land whenever there's a risk of a new god being born, and sends his minions out to stop it when he needs a delicate touch. This is partially revealed through the Tale of the Pocket Cat books, which aren't just fairy tales but stories of a past festival. Usually though, he's not inherently a bad god, even protecting humans who play along with the rules. The fact that humans' beliefs can affect the god means their beliefs shape reality, and Rare's light reveals the truth beneath it. Those burned by his light become moonscorched, changing themselves into what they think their true form is. And yes, they're right. It is the truth. The truth that Rare reveals is just what humans believe, even if they don't think they do. Whew. Was that everything? Well, if I missed something, you can just rewatch it. Now that you understand our furry friend better, now that he's been laid bare, his secrets extracted one by one and weighed on the scale, do you finally know why you like Pocket Cat? One thing's for certain, he likes you. He likes you very much. Thank you very much for watching. You may have noticed something different about the channel today, a different name. Going forward, the channel will be known as Mythonics. The main reason is, nobody knows how to spell or pronounce my own name, More They Do, which is a big problem if you want people to find you. Don't worry, nothing else about the channel will change. It's going to remain the same creepy basement lore vibes. Well, there's no accounting for taste. I'd like to give a very special thank you to a very special artist, Jiro, who contributed the art for today's video. Their link is down below, so make sure to check them out. Remember that the best way to support the channel is through Patreon, where you can get video scripts, thumbnails, videos a week earlier than the public, and, of course, your name in the credits. You've been watching Mythonics, hosted by More They Do. And remember, you're never alone in the dark.
Oh, hello there.
Fight longer, fight harder.
Ooh.
Thank you. Be wary.
I'll take any help I can get. I don't go out looking for some reason. Lovely little piece right there.
Where it is.
There you go. Don't get eaten.
What if there was a story that simply reading it would drive you mad? What if this story disguised itself as a simple play, only to lure in new readers to have them succumb to its evil? And what if this story went on to infect other stories around it, eventually changing art, people, and the world as a whole? Well, I'm here to tell you that that story doesn't exist. But for some reason, we keep talking about it. Hello, everybody. Today we're talking about the forbidden fable of the King in Yellow and its consequences across media as we know it. The King in Yellow is a collection of short stories that was published by Robert Chambers in 1895. The through line of the short stories being that of a fictional play called The King in Yellow. Across the short stories in Chambers' book, we see how the King in Yellow is a forbidden mimetic entity that infests the mind of anyone who comes across it. However, you've probably encountered the King in Yellow before, you just didn't know it. Chambers' book went on to inspire a ton of early horror writers, people like H.P. Lovecraft. And the concepts that Chambers mentions in this short story were incredibly ahead of their time in 1895. Things like cognito hazards, or mimetic entities, or info hazards. So of course, Chambers' writing went on to inspire a ton of media that came after him. But it's not only Chambers' book, The King in Yellow, that has outlived the author himself, but it is the King in Yellow within the King in Yellow that has lived on as well. This unspeakable entity has shown up in dozens of stories over the past several years, all of which reference the same forbidden story that Chambers did all the way back in 1895. So many different pieces of art that I guarantee you've come across before, reference the same monster and story that's never even been told. So why is that? Why is a story that has never existed behind so many of the stories that we know today? And that's what I want to talk about. We're going to talk about the short stories within The King in Yellow, and from there talk about how it's worked its way into so many different pieces of media. And talk about how a creature who is said to infect the mind of artists who encounter it has done the same thing in the real world. A couple of announcements to get out of the way before we begin. For one, I've begun uploading my YouTube videos to Spotify. So if you prefer watching over there, full audio and video copies of everything I post to YouTube will be over there after it's uploaded here. There's been a few unofficial accounts that have uploaded my videos to Spotify, so to clarify, the one that I have linked in the description is the only official Wendigoon Spotify channel. So again, if you prefer to watch there, feel free to do so, and I hope you enjoy. The second thing to mention is you are about to get a lot more Wendigoon content for, better or worse. And that'll begin a little over a week from now on April the 29th on my other channel, Wendigang. There's a ton of topics that I'll come across that are interesting but just don't fit the bill for a ridiculously long ramble over here on the main channel. So I've taken those topics and put together a team of researchers and writers to help me put together scripts so that I can still cover things I find interesting just in a more concise and shorter format. And again, short for me means less than an hour. We're very excited to show you what we've been working on, and to spoil the first topic, it's about the Kansas City Chiefs fan who dressed as a wolf to all of the Kansas City games, and also robbed several banks on his way to those games. Again, that'll be up on Wendigang Tuesday, April the 29th, with hopefully weekly uploads to follow, or at least every other week in the beginning as we still iron out some wrinkles. So be sure you're subscribed over there if you're interested, and thank you all so much for allowing me to go on these weird little projects of mine. It means a lot. Back to our topic for today, forbidden knowledge and mind parasites that very well might be real sound interesting to you, and stick around after the ad as we break down the horrors of the King in Yellow. And another piece of forbidden knowledge is food that's good for you, delicious, easy to make, and won't break the bank. Or at least it was before today's sponsor, Factor. Factor makes meeting your nutritional goals easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals straight to your door. Factor's delicious meals can be ready in as little as 2 minutes. Each weekly menu has 35 options, including popular categories like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or vegan and veggie options. There's also a bunch of add-ons you can get every week, like breakfast or on-the-go lunch or snacks and beverages to help you stay fueled and feel good all day long. Factor also takes the stress out of meal planning and prep, as Factor is cheaper, tastes better, and is better for you than takeout, and is just as easy to make, as Factor's meals are simply heat and eat. Factor is also super flexible. Every week you can get 4 to 18 meals per week, or pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. Factor would send me boxes for these ads, but I had to get more in addition because my wife would keep stealing the boxes from me before I had a chance to actually film the B-roll with them. They're not only delicious, but save a ton of time and headache. So if you want to get in on this incredible offer, then head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50Wendigoon to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50Wendigoon at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. The link is in the description, and we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So to clarify, The King in Yellow is both the name of Chambers' book as well as the fictional story within the book. And we do get some small excerpts from this lost story. As a matter of fact, The King in Yellow opens with a passage from the fictional King in Yellow, the passage known as Cassilda's Song. Along the shore the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies. But stranger still is lost Carcosa, songs that the high age shall sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in dim Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead. Die thou unsung as tears unshed, shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. We will see other excerpts from this fictional story as well, but this is by far the longest. Immediately, this sounds like we're on some kind of alien planet. We have mentions of twin suns and black stars and strange moons. And wherever this Carcosa is, it seems to be the home of the king, or at least the tatters of the king. A lot of the language used sounds very apocalyptic. Mentions of my voice being dead, and tears are unshed, and they shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. It seems that whatever Carcosa was, it is something that is now past. Also, we have the title of this poem itself, Cassilda's Song. Who was Cassilda? Was she a resident of Carcosa, or just someone who's heard about it like us? We'll get more of an idea around Carcosa and the King in Yellow as we dive into some of Chambers' stories. As mentioned in the intro, the King in Yellow is an anthology, with the through line of the stories in the anthology, or at least the first 4, being this fictional play, The King in Yellow. If any of this is confusing, I swear it'll be cleared up with our first short story. So let's go ahead and get into it. Our first story is called The Repairer of Reputations, and it opens with a quote from a French book, the title of which I'll show on screen now. Translated, the quote reads, "Do not mock the fools. Their madness lasts longer than ours. That is the only difference." So a quote saying that the only difference between us and those that we consider insane is that their insanity just sticks around. Something to keep in mind as we read this story. The Repairer of Reputations takes place in 1920s New York. And since Chambers published this book in 1895, he is describing a world a few decades into the future. In setting up this future United States, our protagonist, who we'll meet in a minute, describes the setting. He says that there was a President Winthrop. He says that Cuba, Hawaii, and Samoa were bought by the United States, which is a pretty good guess. And the craziest thing he gets right is when he says on the first page, the war with Germany, incident on that country's seizure of the Samoan Islands, had left no visible scars upon the Republic. So other than the seizure of the Samoan Islands part, he was right that in 1920 we would just be getting out of a war with Germany. And initially, everything seems to be great in this new future. They describe how old architecture was being destroyed, and these beautiful new structures and bridges and parks throughout cities had made living there so much better. However, the first cracks of this futuristic world show up on the second page. We had profited well by the latest treaties with France and England. The exclusion of foreign-born Jews as a measure of self-preservation. The settlement of the new independent black state of Swanee, the checking of immigration, the new laws concerning naturalization, and the gradual centralization of power in the executive all contributed to national calm and prosperity. When the government solved the Indian problem and squadrons of Indian cavalry scouts in native costume were substituted for the pitiable organizations tacked on to the tail of skeletonized regiments by a former Secretary of War, the nation drew a long sigh of relief. When, after the colossal congress of religions, bigotry, and intolerance were laid in their graves, and kindness and charity began to draw warring sects together, many thought the millennium had arrived, at least in the New World, which after all is a world by itself. So while you could just read that as, you know, this book was written in the 1890s, maybe that level of isolation was just Chambers' idea of an idealized world. But I don't think so, for one, because of what else we find out about this world in the next paragraph, but two, because Chambers specifically mentions that this new world is one without bigotry or intolerance, which it seems purposeful to place that sentence right after the sentence that said everyone who wasn't the same ethnicity or shared the same ideas was kicked out. The world seems to be resting on a kind of hypocrisy, one that becomes apparent on the next page. In the city of New York, the summer of 1899 was signalized by the dismantling of the elevated railroads. The summer of 1900 will live in the memories of New York people for many a cycle. The Dodge statue was removed in that year. In the following winter began that agitation for the repeal of the laws prohibiting suicide, which bore its final fruit in the month of April 1920, when the first government lethal chamber was opened on Washington Square. So all that mention of this perfect futuristic New York City, and then the mention that the government has installed a lethal chamber. What is a lethal chamber, you may ask? It is exactly what you think it is, a chamber that you walk in and die. It's from here that our protagonist begins to talk about himself. Our protagonist is a man named Hildred Castaigne. And in the first few paragraphs that Hildred talks about himself, we get a lot of information not only about him, but about this King in Yellow. I'd walked down that day from Dr. Archer's house on Madison Avenue, where I had been as a mere formality. Ever since that fall from my horse, 4 years before, I had been troubled at times with pains in the back of my head and neck, but now for months they had been absent, and the doctor sent me away that day saying there was nothing more to be cured in me. It was hardly worth his fee to be told that. I knew it myself. Still, I did not grudge him the money. What I minded was the mistake which he made at first. When they picked me up from that pavement where I lay unconscious, and somebody had mercifully sent a bullet through my horse's head, I was carried to Dr. Archer, and he, pronouncing my brain affected, placed me in his private asylum where I was obliged to endure treatment for insanity. At last he decided that I was well, and I, knowing that my mind had always been as sound as his, if not sounder, paid my tuition, as he jokingly called it, and left. I told him, smiling, that I would get even with him for his mistake. He laughed heartily and asked me to call once in a while. I did so, hoping for a chance to even up accounts, but he gave me none, and I told him I would wait. So 4 years ago, Hildred fell from his horse in an accident that was bad enough that the horse had to be put down. And according to Hildred, he was always of a sound mind, but regardless, this evil Dr. Archer committed him to an asylum. And Hildred says that he is hoping to even accounts with Dr. Archer, whatever that means. While Hildred frames it as a good thing, he does admit that the fall did change him. As right after this he says, "The fall from my horse had fortunately left no evil results. On the contrary, it had changed my whole character for the better. From the lazy young man about town, I had become active, energetic, temperate, and above all else, ambitious. There was only one thing which troubled me. I laughed at my own uneasiness, and yet it troubled me." So according to Hildred, this accident was a good thing. But what is it that troubled him? Well, here we get our first mention in this story of the King in Yellow. During my convalescence, I had bought and read for the first time The King in Yellow. I remember after finishing the first act that it occurred to me that I had better stop. I started up and flung the book into the fireplace. The volume struck the barred gate and fell open on the hearth in the firelight. If I had not caught a glimpse of the opening words in the second act, I should never have finished it. But as I stooped to pick it up, my eyes became riveted to the open page. With a cry of terror, or perhaps it was of joy so poignant that I suffered in every nerve, I snatched the thing out of the coals and crept shaking to my bedroom, where I read it and reread it, and wept and laughed and trembled with a horror which at times assails me yet. This is the thing that troubles me. So while committed to an asylum, Hildred read The King in Yellow. And although he says the first act didn't have an effect on him, he was still compelled to throw it into the fireplace. But as soon as he saw the opening words of the second act, he was transfixed. Think about it. He just saw a few words in the second act and from there began crying and dragged the book to his bedroom. And then we know after his asylum stay that he completely changed as a person. Again, for the better according to him, as far as we know now. As far as his description of this book, The King in Yellow itself, or the play that is, again, to clarify, The King in Yellow is both Chambers' book, the fictional play / book in the story, and the character within the fictional play / book in the real book. So when describing this play, This is all that Hildred says. This is the thing that troubles me. For I cannot forget Carcosa, where black stars hang in the heavens, where the shadows of men's thoughts lengthen in the afternoon, when the twin suns sink into the lake of Hali, and my mind will bear forever the memory of the pallid mask. I pray God will curse the writer, as the writer has cursed the world with this beautiful, stupendous creation, terrible in its simplicity, irresistible in its truth, a world which now trembles before the King in Yellow. So we see some similarities between what Hildred is describing and Casilda's song mentioned in the opening. The twin suns, Lake of Hali. We get a mention of something called the Pallid Mask, which will be a recurring theme throughout some of the stories, or in other words, a pale mask. Many interpret the Pallid Mask as what the King in Yellow himself wears, but again, that's up for interpretation. Again, we get glimpses of this fictional story, but we never actually see it. Just the effect it has on people who do see it. And it seems that Hildred isn't the only one who has had a profound effect because of this story. When the French government seized the translated copies, which had just arrived in Paris, London, of course, became eager to read it. It is well known how the book spread like an infectious disease from city to city, from continent to continent, barred out here, confiscated there, denounced by press and pulpit, censored even by the most advanced of literary anarchists. No definite principles had been violated in those wicked pages, no doctrine promulgated, no convictions outraged. It cannot be judged by any known standard, yet, although it was acknowledged that the supreme note of art had been struck in The King in Yellow, all felt that human nature could not bear the strain, nor thrive on words in which the essence of purest poison lurked. The very banality and innocence of the first act only allowed the blow to fall afterward with more awful effect. So the entire world has developed a stigma around this book. Even though no one can say explicitly what is wrong with it, everything from churches to news sources are saying it shouldn't be touched. There's translations being made in France that are confiscated by the police because the book is banned there. According to Hildred, everyone admits that it is supreme art, but they also all say that no one should touch it. So perhaps the book is just floating around in secretive circles. Perhaps it's coming into people's hands, like Hildred when he just so happened to buy it while he was in an asylum. And while it seems that the book has been widely banned, there are effects in this world that seem to come from the book itself. As mentioned earlier, we have a society that says it's free of bigotry and intolerance after it got rid of everyone they don't want to tolerate. And the most striking insanity is that of the lethal chamber. Hildred says that the lethal chamber was built in Washington Square, and in front of the lethal chamber is a beautiful garden surrounded by restaurants and cafes. He says that the chamber itself has 6 ionic columns and a massive bronze door. He also says a splendid marble group of Fates stood before the door, the work of
from the jungle. Promise me.
Thanks, monkey. Ne znam gdje vodem. Ali ovo moguće. Wow. A ne, nego ne znam šta je. Šta je?
Sve sam ovo...
A namazala si, ja to znam.
Šta namazala?
Fazon je valjda kad se to, da reci...
Ovo sam sve ošivala do ovdje i onda sam skalpelom, evo pipni.
Da.
I skidala, okinula to.
Ne znam zašto to se deformiše, ta plastika i zato je to tako. A evo šta sad radiš? Ostavi to tu, pa ne uzima mest. Nevjerovatno. Sad ih je vratila, sad sve.
Valjda znaš gdje su.
Pa ne znam gdje si, što stavi tamo.
Valjda će biti dobro.
Kad ih budem probao.
Sve sam poslije izbola, pa sam sve ovo rašila, pa sam ga onda šila.
Hvala. Najobičnije.
pockets are full.
Of a young American sculptor, Boris Yvain, who had died in Paris when only 23 years old. Keep that in mind for a later story. As Hildred is walking through the square, there's an inauguration ceremony for the lethal chamber. At this inauguration are several government officials, including the governor, who is giving a speech as Hildred passes. The governor was finishing his reply to the short speech of the Surgeon General. I heard him say, "The laws prohibiting suicide and providing punishment for any attempt at self-destruction have been repealed. The government has seen fit to acknowledge the right of man to end an existence which may have become intolerable to him through physical suffering or mental despair. It is believed that the community will be benefited by the removal of such people from their midst. Since the passage of this law, the number of suicides in the United States has not increased. Now the government has determined to establish a lethal chamber in every city, town, and village in the country. It remains to be seen whether or not that class of human creatures, from whose desponding ranks new victims of self-destruction fall daily, will accept the relief thus provided." He paused and turned to the white lethal chamber. The silence in the street was absolute. "There, a painless death awaits him who can no longer bear the sorrows of this life. If death is welcome, let him seek it there." Then quickly, turning to the military aide of the president's household, he said, "I declare the lethal chamber open." And again, facing the vast crowd, he cried in a clear voice, "Citizens of New York and of the United States of America, through me, the government declares the lethal chamber to be open." Again, we have the removal of the unwanted framed as a good thing. The governor even said it is believed that the community will be benefited by the removal of such people from their midst. Now, there's two ways to look at this. For one, it can just be the general madness of the world around Hildred on display. If the King in Yellow is affecting society to a great degree, then that explains why it gets to a place where the government builds these beautiful structures and proclaims its own opulence. And if you don't like it, please see yourself out. The other way to see it is that maybe people are going so mad from reading The King in Yellow that society has nothing else it can do with them. Maybe it's not the government and powers that be that are infected by the madness of The King in Yellow. Maybe it's just that people who are affected are such a problem that the government felt it right to build lethal chambers. It's also never explained what's actually inside of a lethal chamber, or, you know, how it kills you. My running theory is it's like the giant gray brick things in Mario, you know, with the big spikes in the face on them. Like, you walk into the lethal chamber and it's quiet for a minute, and then just like a 40-ton boulder smashes you, and then it just resets for the next guy that walks in. I guess it could also be like a gun or something, but I like my version better. After this, Hildred Castaigne goes to an armorer's shop ran by a man named Hauberg. When Hildred walks into the shop, Hauberg says, "Come in, Mr. Castaigne," and quickly, Hauberg's daughter, Constance, stands up and turns the corner to greet him, only to be disappointed when she sees that it's Hildred. Hildred explains to us that this is because Constance is in love with Hildred's cousin, Louis Castaigne, and Louis is currently on a deployment with the military, but is due to be home soon. Hildred says he loves to be in the armorer's shop to hear the clinking of metal and see the restoration and creation of pieces of armor. Despite this, however, he says he doesn't care for Hauberg or his daughter Constance. As a matter of fact, he says on page 6, "I love to hear the music of steel brushing against steel, the mellow shock of the mallet on thigh pieces, and the jingle of chain armor. That was the only reason I went to see Hauberg. He had never interested me personally, nor did Constance, except for the fact of her being in love with Louis. This did occupy my attention, and sometimes even kept me awake at night. But I knew in my heart that all would come right, and that I should arrange their future as I expected to arrange that of my kind doctor, John Archer. What? For some reason, Lewis and Constance being in love with each other bothers Hildred a lot, and he says he's going to arrange their future in the same way he plans to arrange the future for Dr. Archer, which is probably not a good thing. After small talk, Hildred tells us that the real reason he's there is to see the man who lives above the armor shop, a man named Mr. Wilde. When Hildred begins to make his way upstairs, the following conversation takes place. "Are you going upstairs to see the lunatic again?" laughed old Hawberk. If Hawberk knew how I loathed the word lunatic, he would never use it in my presence. It rouses certain feelings within me which I do not care to explain. However, I answered him quietly. "I think I shall drop in and see Mr. Wilde for a moment or two." "Poor fellow," said Constance with a shake of the head. "It must be hard to live alone year after year, poor, crippled, and almost demented. It is very good of you, Mr. Castaigne, to visit him as often as you do." "I think he is vicious," observed Hawberk, beginning again with his hammer. I listened to the golden tinkle on the greave plates. When he had finished, I replied, "No, he is not vicious, nor is he in the least demented. His mind is a wonder chamber, from which he can extract treasures that you and I would give years of our life to acquire." Hawberk laughed. I continued, a little impatiently, "He knows history as no one else could know it. Nothing, however trivial, escapes his search, and his memory is so absolute, so precise in details, that were it known in New York that such a man existed, the people could not honor him enough." "Nonsense," muttered Hawberk, searching on the floor for a fallen rivet. "Is it nonsense?" I asked, managing to suppress what I felt. "Is it nonsense when he says that the tassets and cuissards of the enameled suit of armor commonly known as the Prince's Emblazoned can be found among a mass of rusty theatrical properties, broken stoves, and rag pickers' refuse in a garret in Pell Street?" Hawberk's hammer fell to the ground, but he picked it up and asked, with a great deal of calm, how I knew that the tassets and left cuissard were missing from the Prince's Emblazoned. "I did not know until Mr. Wilde mentioned it to me the other day. He said that they were in the garret of 998 Pell Street." "Nonsense," he cried, but I noticed his hand trembling under his leather apron. "Is this nonsense too?" I asked pleasantly. "Is it nonsense when Mr. Wilde continually speaks of you as the Marquise of Avonshire, and of Miss Constance?" I did not finish, for Constance had started to her feet with terror written on every feature. Hawberk looked at me and slowly smoothed his leather apron. "That is impossible," he observed. "Mr. Wilde may know a great many things." "About armor, for instance, and the Prince Emblazoned," I interposed, smiling. "Yes," he continued slowly. "About armor also, maybe, but he is wrong in regard to the Marquise of Avonshire, who, as you know, killed his wife's traducer years ago, and went to Australia where he did not long survive his wife." "Mr. Wilde is wrong," murmured Constance. Her lips were blanched, but her voice was sweet and calm. "Let us agree, if you please, that in this one circumstance, Mr. Wilde is wrong," I said. So, a lot of context there. Whoever this Mr. Wilde is upstairs, Constance and Hawberk think that he's mad. This angers Hildred, who can barely suppress his rage, not only at the mention of Mr. Wilde being mad, but just at the mention of words like lunatic. And maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle, between him being an all-knowing sage and a madman. Because according to Hawberk, Mr. Wilde is right that this piece of armor does have some missing components. And we're going to find out later in the story that Mr. Wilde was right about those missing pieces being exactly where Wilde said they'd be. But then Wilde also accused Hawberk of being a guy who murdered his wife's partner and then died in Australia. And that is never brought up again. So I guess we're to assume that's right. That Hawberk killed the man who was sleeping with his wife and then changed his name. Regardless, Hawberk and Constance seem to think that Mr. Wilde is mad, and Hildred gets really upset at that idea. So Hildred goes upstairs and opens a door at the end of the hallway, and Mr. Wilde lets him in. And at our first description of Mr. Wilde, we can probably see why other people have the opinion of him that they do. When it says on page 10, when he had double locked the door and pushed a heavy chest against it, he came and sat down beside me. peering up into my face with his little light-colored eyes. Half a dozen new scratches covered his nose and cheeks, and the silver wires which supported his artificial ears had become displaced. I thought I had never seen him so hideously fascinating. He had no ears. The artificial ones, which now stood out at an angle from the fine wire, were his one weakness. They were made of wax and painted a shell pink. The rest of his face was yellow. He might better have reveled in the luxury of some artificial fingers for his left hand, which was absolutely fingerless, but it seemed to cause him no inconvenience, and he was satisfied with his wax ears. So the dude is yellow. He's later described as like a sickly appearance. So I imagine yellow like seasick or like jaundice yellow. And he has no ears. He has fake ones that are held on by silver wire. He has no fingers, just like, I guess, nubs for hands. And then he goes on to say he was very small, scarcely higher than a child of 10, but his arms were magnificently developed, and his thighs as thick as any athlete's. Still, the most remarkable thing about Mr. Wilde was that a man of his marvelous intelligence and knowledge should have such a head. It was flat and pointed, like the heads of many of those unfortunates whom people imprison in asylums for the weak-minded. Many called him insane, but I knew him to be as sane as I was. That line hits so much harder on a second read. So he lives in the top room above this armor's building, and he's described as like a goblin. But it gets even weirder because then he says, I do not deny that he was eccentric. The mania he had for keeping that cat and teasing her until she flew at his face like a demon was certainly eccentric. He then, in describing a fight he witnessed between Mr. Wilde and the cat, said that one time, before I could move, she flattened her belly to the ground, crouched, trembled, and sprang into his face. Howling and foaming, they rolled over and over on the floor, scratching and clawing until the cat screamed and fled under the cabinet, and Mr. Wilde turned over on his back, his limbs contracting and curling up like the legs of a dying spider. So this dude just lives in like this upper loft in New York City, has a cat that almost kills him constantly. And I guess that's why he doesn't have ears or fingers. The cat took him at some point. We then get a description of what Mr. Wilde does and find out that he is the character whom the story is named after, the repairer of reputations. Because apparently Mr. Wilde has a business repairing the reputations of people who had had their reputation damaged. According to him, people send letters and money to seek out his service. In an example he gives, he says, P. Green Dusenberry, minister of the gospel, Fair Beach, New Jersey. Reputation damaged in the Bowery. To be repaired as soon as possible. Retainer $100. So Mr. Wilde apparently sets about making these people have a higher standing in the community, and he later goes on to say that he has 500 men in his employ, and he describes these retainers as being $100 to $500 at a time. So if a dude who has 500 employees and is making that much money in 1890s money, then what is he doing in a rundown apartment above an armorer's shack with a cat that tries to kill him? He later says that everyone from high-profile businessmen to politicians seek out his service, or at least that's what he tells Hildred. While Hildred and Mr. Wilde are talking, someone knocks on the door before Mr. Wilde sends him away. When Hildred asks who that was, Mr. Wilde says that it is Arnold Stylette, owner and editor-in-chief of the Great New York Daily, which would be quite impressive if that guy was coming to Mr. Wilde, but again, Hildred never actually saw him, just someone on the other side of a door. Hildred then asks Mr. Wilde, where are the notes? And Mr. Wilde hands him a copy of the Imperial Dynasty of America. From there, Hildred says this, one by one I studied the well-worn pages, worn only by my own handling, and although I knew all by heart from the beginning, when from Carcosa, the Hyades, Hastur, and Aldebaran, to Castaigne, Louis de Calvados, born December 19, 1877. I read it with an eager, rapt attention, pausing to repeat parts of it aloud, and dwelling especially on Hildred de Calvados, only son of Hildred Castaigne and Edith Landis Castaigne, first in succession, etc., etc. When I finished, Mr. Wilde nodded and coughed. Speaking of your legitimate ambition, he said, how do Constance and Louis get along? She loves him, I replied simply. The cat on his knee suddenly turned and struck at his eyes, and he flung her off and climbed onto the chair opposite me. "And Dr. Archer! But that's a matter you can settle any time you wish," he added. "Yes," I replied. "Dr. Archer can wait, but it is time I saw my cousin Lewis." "It is time," he repeated. Then he took another ledger from the table and ran over the leaves rapidly. "We are now in communication with 10,000 men," he muttered. "We can count on 100,000 within the first 28 hours, and in 48 hours, the state will rise in mass. The country follows the state, and the portion that will not, I mean California and the Northwest, might better never have been inhabited. I shall not send them the yellow sign." The blood rushed to my head, but I only answered, "A new broom sweeps clean. The ambition of Caesar and of Napoleon pales before that which could not rest until it had seized the minds of men and controlled even their unborn thoughts," said Mr. Wilde. "You are speaking of the King in Yellow," I groaned with a shudder. "He is a king who emperors have served." "I am content to serve him," I replied. Mr. Wilde sat rubbing his ears with his crippled hand. "Perhaps Constance does not love him," he suggested. Okay, so piece by piece. First of all, this imperial dynasty of America seems to be a sort of plan. Initially, we get mentions to things related to Casilda's song with fictional King in Yellow, mentions of Carcosa and Hyades and Haster. But because this is a sort of game plan or prophecy, it has mentions of the future, as it mentions Hildred's son, who is to be Hildred de Calvados, after Hildred Castaigne has a child with Edith Landis Castaigne, whoever that might be. But it seems that Hildred's cousin Lewis has some piece in this plan as well. Not only is his name and date of birth mentioned in the Imperial Dynasty of America, but as soon as Hildred gets done reading the Imperial Dynasty of America, that's when Mr. Wilde asks, how do Constance and Lewis get along? And he also says that Hildred can settle his deal with Dr. Archer whenever he wants. It can be assumed, given the title of these notes, that the Imperial Dynasty details a sort of coup that is to take place, and that this coup specifically is for the King in Yellow. A concept and ambition that is greater in mind than Caesar and Napoleon, as Mr. Wilde says. And according to Mr. Wilde, as a part of this coup, he's in communication with 10,000 men who are going to start, I guess, grassroots movements in order to help the coup take effect, and that areas that will not go in line with this coup will not be sent the yellow sign. But whatever this plan is, again, Lewis and Constance's romance has some effect on it. The two are cut off by the sound of music from a parade on the street below. Hildred looks out the window to see that Lewis's regiment has arrived back from their deployment. Mr. Wilde remarks that Hildred needs to talk to Lewis, and Hildred leaves to go back to his home. It's after Hildred gets home on page 14 that we get this interesting description. "Here I lunched comfortably, read the Herald and the Meteor, finally went to the steel safe in my bedroom and set the time combination. The 3 3/4 minutes which it is necessary to wait while the time lock is opening are to me golden moments. From the instant I set the combination to the moment when I grasp the knobs and swing back the solid steel doors, I live in an ecstasy of expectation. Those moments must be like moments passed in paradise. I know what I am to find at the end of the time limit. I know what the massive safe holds secure for me alone, and the exquisite pleasure of waiting is hardly enhanced when the safe opens and I lift from its velvet crown a diadem of purest gold, blazing with diamonds. I do this every day, and yet the joy of waiting and at last touching again the diadem only seems to increase as the days pass. It is a diadem fit for a king among kings, an emperor among emperors. The King in Yellow might scorn it. It shall be worn by his royal servant." I held it in my arms until the alarm in the safe rang harshly, and then tenderly, proudly, I replaced it and shut the steel doors. So every day Hildred goes to this safe and gets out a diadem, or effectively a crown, puts it on his head, enjoys the ecstasy of it, as you heard, and then puts it back in the safe. Again, we're getting clues of a coup, we're getting clues of some grand plan, and we're getting Hildred's obsession with wearing a crown. After this, Hildred goes and looks out the window of his apartment, and from his apartment window, he can see the lethal chamber at Washington Square. And it's here that it seems the lethal chamber has its first customer. As I was turning carelessly away, a slight commotion in the group of curious loiterers around the gates attracted my attention. A young man had entered and was advancing with nervous strides along the gravel path which leads to the bronze doors of the lethal chamber. He paused a moment before the fates, and as he raised his head to those three mysterious faces, the pigeon rose from its sculptured perch, circled about for a moment, and wheeled to the east. The young man pressed his hand to his face, and then with an undefinable gesture sprang up the marble steps. The bronze doors closed behind him, and half an hour later, the loiterers slouched away. The frightened pigeon returned to its perch in the arms of fate. So again, we don't know exactly what happens in the lethal chamber, but we know that people go in there to die. I like this little moment right after we see Hildred's madness of putting the crown on his head and feeling the ecstasy of it. We see another example of the madness of the King in Yellow as someone makes their way into the lethal chamber. After this, Hildred goes to see his cousin Lewis, and we're immediately shown how different the two men are. As I crossed the central driveway, a group of officers passed, and one of them called out, "Hello, Hildred," and came back to shake hands with me. It was my cousin Lewis, who stood smiling and tapping his spurred heels with his riding whip. "Just back from Westchester," he said. "Been doing the bucolic, milk and curds, and, you know, dairy maids and sunbonnets who
Welcome
say,
to my
aw,
channel.
And I don't think, when you tell them they're pretty. I'm nearly dead for a square meal at Delmonico's. What's the news?" "There is none," I replied pleasantly. "I saw your regiment coming in this morning." "Did you? I didn't see you. Where were you?" "In Mr. Wilde's window." "Oh, hell," he began impatiently. "That man is stark mad."
Sa dva peta, sa paukom i sa lešinarom. Lešinar ga je blido i nabacio mi je resistance sauru, a pauk ima dobre buffove, jebe u mater. Ima dobre buffove. Jebeni pauk.
Take your time. I'll take it. Don't drink the water.
Don't give it a chance to recover.
To sam već se odradio. Pusti se.
I don't understand why you... He saw how annoyed I felt by this outburst and begged my pardon. "Really, old chap," he said, "I don't mean to run down a man you like, but for the life of me I can't see what the deuce you find in common with Mr. Wilde. He's not well bred, to put it generously. He is hideously deformed. His head is the head of a criminally insane person. You know yourself he's been in an asylum." "So have I interrupted calmly. Lewis looked startled and confused for a moment, but recovered and slapped me heartily on the shoulder. "You were completely cured," he began, but I stopped him again. "I suppose you mean that I was simply acknowledged never to have been insane." "Of course, that's what I meant," he laughed. I disliked his laugh because I knew it was forced, but I nodded gaily and asked him where he was going. So it seems that Lewis also has problems with Mr. Wilde, but he likes his cousin Hildred and doesn't want to offend him. Hildred, as you can tell, is very offended. We also get some context that Mr. Wilde had also been in an asylum at some point, and there's a little bit of uneasiness when Hildred says that he was found to have never been insane, and Lewis is like, "Yeah, that's what I meant," implying that maybe Lewis is more privy to Hildred's mental condition than Hildred is. But again, Lewis doesn't want to offend his cousin, so he just goes along with it. Lewis says that he really wants to see Constance, so him and Hildred should go over to Hawberk's shop, and then the four of them can go out for a walk. When they arrive at Hawberk's shop, Lewis and Constance immediately begin doting over each other, and Hildred initially says that he wants to leave before deciding that it's probably best if he keeps an eye on the two. Again, the two of them have some greater effect on his grand scheme. Again, because this is a slightly futuristic New York, It says that in this timeline, they built these big terraces throughout the city that allow for these beautiful walks at sunset, elevated above the ground level of New York City. So as the four of them are walking on this terrace, Lewis is talking about his time in the military and explaining some of the things in the military. And at some point, Lewis and Constance go off for a walk on their own, leaving Hawberk and Hilbert alone. Hawberk tells Hilbert that he went to the location Mr. Wilde said the armor would be at, and sure enough, it was there. At this, Hilbert says, "Mr. Wilde is a very intelligent man," I observed. "I want to give him the credit of this most important discovery," continued Hawberk, "and I intend it shall be known that he is entitled to the fame of it." "He won't thank you for that," I answered sharply. "Please, say nothing about it." "Do you know what it is worth?" said Hawberk. "No, $50 perhaps." "It is valued at $500, but the owner of the Prince's Emblazoned will give $2,000 to the person who completes his suit. That reward also belongs to Mr. Wilde." "He doesn't want it. He refuses it," I answered angrily. "What do you know about Mr. Wilde? He doesn't need the money. He is rich, or will be richer than any living man except myself. What will we care for money then? What will we care, he and I, when what?" demanded Hawberk, astonished. "You will see," I replied, on my guard again. He looked at me narrowly, much as Dr. Archer used to, and I knew he thought I was mentally unsound. Perhaps it was fortunate for him that he did not use the word lunatic just then. "No," I replied to his unspoken thought. "I am not mentally weak. My mind is as healthy as Mr. Wilde's. I do not care to explain just yet what I have on hand, but it is an investment which will pay more than mere gold, silver, and precious stones. It will secure the happiness and prosperity of a continent. Yes, a hemisphere." "Oh," said Hawberk. "And eventually," I continued more quietly, "it will secure the happiness of the world. And incidentally, your own happiness and prosperity as well as Mr. Wilde's?" "Exactly." I smiled, but I could have throttled him for taking that tone. He looked at me in silence for a while, and then said very gently, "Why don't you give up your books and studies, Mr. Castaigne, and take a tramp among the mountains somewhere or other? You used to be fond of fishing. Take a cast or two at the trout in the Ranglies." "I don't care for fishing anymore," I answered without a shade of annoyance in my voice. "You used to be fond of everything," he continued. "Athletics, yachting, shooting, riding. I have never cared to ride since my fall," I said quietly. "Ah, yes, your fall," he repeated, looking away from me. Something I really like about Chambers' stories, and this is prevalent through a lot of the stories in this anthology, is how much character he can give, like, side characters with just a few lines of dialogue. Because think about it this way, Hawberk, Constance, Lewis, Hildred, they've all known each other for years, assumedly. And given Lewis's line earlier where he says, "Oh, well, you were declared sane. I mean, were never insane in the first place." It seems that the people around Hildred knew that there was probably something wrong with him. There was probably a reason he got committed to an asylum. And now everyone around Hildred seems suspicious of Mr. Wilde and why Hildred is spending so much time with him. And there is so much unsaid in the line when Hawberk says, "and incidentally your own happiness and prosperity as well as Mr. Wilde's," indicating that Hawberk suspects that Mr. Wilde is manipulating Hilbert to a degree. And in spite of this, Hawberk was still willing to give Mr. Wilde the money and notoriety for the piece of armor that Mr. Wilde helped him locate. We also get a bit more of Hildred's hypocrisy. Earlier he said that after his fall he went from quiet and timid to outgoing and ambitious. But here we have mentioned that he doesn't really do anything anymore. He used to be into athletics, yachting, shooting, and riding. But now he just talks to Mr. Wilde. We also get a bit more of a look at what this plan is, what the Imperial Dynasty of America might be. As Hildred says soon, him and Mr. Wilde won't need money, as Mr. Wilde will be the second richest person in the world next to Hildred, and that this plan will eventually bring happiness to the entire world. We also see more signs of Hildred's anger coming through, and it's pretty apparent that Hawberk cares about Hildred, but in spite of that, Hildred says it's good Hawberk didn't choose to say the word lunatic, and says he could have choked him for Hawberk using a certain tone of voice. After this interaction, Hilbert says, I thought this nonsense had gone far enough, so I brought the conversation back to Mr. Wilde, but he was scanning my face again in a manner highly offensive to me. "Mr. Wilde," he repeated, "do you know what he did this afternoon? He came downstairs and nailed a sign over the hall door next to mine. It read, 'Mr. Wilde, repairer of reputations, third bell.' Do you know what a repairer of reputations can be?" "I do," I replied, suppressing the rage within. "Oh," he said again. For one, this is more pointing out that Mr. Wilde is not actually a repairer of reputations, or isn't as prolific as he claims to be, because again, a guy with 5,000 men or 500 men in his employ who is doing work for like politicians and businessmen wouldn't just now be putting a sign up. But again, even a snide remark at Mr. Wilde's occupation makes Hildred angry. Constance and Lewis walk back, and the four of them begin to walk away. But after hearing Lewis and Constance sweet-talk each other, Hildred remarks that it was time that he should speak of important matters with his cousin. We then skip forward some days or weeks, as Hildred is once again standing in his apartment wearing the crown. One morning early in May, I stood before the steel safe in my bedroom, trying on the golden jeweled crown. The diamonds flashed fire as I turned to the mirror, and the heavy beaten gold burned like a halo about my head. I remembered Camilla's agonized scream and the awful words echoing through the dim streets of Carcosa. They were the last lines in the first act, and I dared not think of what followed. Dared not, even in the spring sunshine, there in my own room, surrounded with familiar objects, reassured by the bustle from the street and the voices of the servants in the hallway outside. For those poisoned words had dropped slowly into my heart, as death sweat drops upon a bedsheet and is absorbed. Trembling, I put the diadem from my head and wiped my forehead, but I thought of Hastur and of my own rightful ambition, and I remembered Mr. Wilde as I had last left him, his face all torn and bloody from the claws of that devil's creature, and what he said. Ah, what he said. The alarm bell in the safe began to whir harshly, and I knew my time was up, but I would not heed it, and replacing the flashing circlet upon my head, I turned defiantly to the mirror. I stood for a long time absorbed in the changing expression of my own eyes. The mirror reflected a face which was like my own, but wider, and so thin that I hardly recognized it. All the time I kept repeating between my clenched teeth, "The day has come! The day has come!" While the alarm in the safe whirred and clamored and the diamonds sparkled and flamed above my brow, I heard a door open but did not heed it. It was only when I saw two faces in the mirror. It was only when another face rose over my shoulder and two other eyes met mine, I wheeled like a flash and seized a long knife from my dressing table, and my cousin sprang back very pale, crying, "Hildred, for God's sake!" Then as my hand fell, he said, "It's I, Lewis. Don't you know me?" I stood silent. I could not have spoken for my life. He walked up to me, took the knife from my hand. So again, Hildred is wearing the crown and thinking of Carcosa and the Yellow King. But this time, he leaves it on for too long. It's interesting that he has to set an alarm to keep him from leaving the crown on for too long, but again, this time he ignores it. And we're given more clues as to this Yellow King story. Camilla can be assumed to be a character from the play. In the last lines of the first act, she screams in the streets of Carcosa. And again, this is before the play's second act that seems to draw people in and turn them mad. Words that even in Hildred's current state, he can't dare think about. When he says he looks in the mirror and sees a face that looks like his own, he says that the face is much thinner and wider, or in other words, much more pale. The pallid mask that was mentioned earlier, pallid has the same root word as pale. In other words, the mask is pale or white or ghostly. So it seems that here, after wearing the crown too long and looking in the mirror, it's almost as if Hildred sees a sickly version of himself that is beginning to take on characteristics like the pallid mask. And whatever this grand scheme is, as Hildred says, the day has come. And it takes Lewis showing up for him to snap out of it, and even then, it's after Hildred swings a knife at Lewis. Lewis is a trooper for putting up with this guy, by the way. When Lewis tells Hildred to take all of that off, Lewis remarks, "Take off that brass crown and toddle into the study." Then after this, Hildred says, "I was glad he thought the crown was made of brass and paste, yet I didn't like him any better for thinking so." And then while holding the crown, Lewis says, "It's dear at 50 cents, he said. What's it for?" And then Hildred says I did not answer, but took the circlet from his hands and placing it in the safe, shut the massive steel door. So Lewis has twice referred to the crown as brass and worth 50 cents. Lewis could be wrong, or what I think is more likely is it's actually a worthless crown, but in Hildred's mind, it's a golden crown full of diamonds. I mean, it makes sense that that's in his head, because how would this guy afford like a super expensive crown otherwise? I mean, maybe if Mr. Wilde is right about being a repair of reputations, but again, I'm pretty sure he's lying. Lewis also points out something interesting in Hildred's house when he says, "See here, old fellow," he began. "I've got something to suggest to you. It's 4 years now that you've shut yourself up here like an owl, never going anywhere, never taking any healthy exercise, never doing a damn thing but poring over those books up there on the mantelpiece." He glanced along the row of shelves. "Napoleon, Napoleon, Napoleon," he read. "For heaven's sake, have you nothing but Napoleons there? I wish they were bound in gold," I said. It seems that Hildred is wanting to adopt this mindset of a ruler, a rule that he thinks he is entitled to. And he's done nothing for the past few years except meet with Mr. Wilde and read books about how to do that. But what's more interesting is what Hildred says right after. "But wait, yes, there is another book. The King in Yellow." I looked him steadily in the eye. "Have you never read it?" I asked. No, thank God. I don't want to be driven crazy." I saw he regretted his speech as soon as he had uttered it. "There is only one word which I loathe more than I do lunatic, and that word is crazy." But I controlled myself and asked him why he thought the King in Yellow dangerous. "Oh, I don't know," he said hastily. "I only remember the excitement it created and the denunciations from pulpit and press. I believe the author shot himself after bringing forth this monstrosity, didn't he?" "I understand he is still alive," I answered. "That's probably true," he muttered. "Bullets couldn't kill a fiend like that." "It is a book of great truths," I said. "Yes," he replied, "of truths which send men frantic and blast their lives. I don't care if the thing is, as they say, the very supreme essence of art. It's a crime to have written it, and I, for one, shall never open its pages." Again, we have another mention of Hildred getting violent at words like lunatic and crazy. But what's interesting is Lewis has also heard of the King in Yellow and has heard that anyone who has read it has gone insane. Again, certainly wouldn't apply to Hildred or anything. We never get more details about that whole mention of the author shooting himself but potentially being alive. But I think it more so goes to show no one knows where the book came from, and there's all these urban legends around who the author even is. Another detail here, and I might be reading too far into this, but Lewis says the exact same phrases that Hildred did when he introduced the King in Yellow in the first place. Specifically, when Lewis says the denunciations from pulpit and press, and when he says it contains the very supreme essence of art. Those are both direct quotes that Hildred had earlier in the story, which might be Hildred not really having a grasp of what the outside world has been doing in the past several years. So earlier, while attempting to sound stoic and like a point of information for the reader, he was just quoting what Lewis said. His grasp on the world isn't as concrete as he may want others to see. Lewis then says that the reason he has visited Hildred is to tell Hildred that he is to be married. And at this, Hildred says, "I believe for a moment my heart ceased to beat, but I kept my eyes on his face." As you can imagine, Lewis is getting married to Constance. And again, all of this seems to be a major point of contention for Hildred. Lewis also says that his regiment is being moved tomorrow, so they're having the wedding tomorrow so that Constance can go with him. And not only that, but as a wedding present, he is being promoted to captain. So things are going comedically well for Lewis. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Hildred continues to the reader and says, "Then he told me where it was to be and who were to be there, and made me promise to come and be best man." It really is heartbreaking how much Lewis cares for Hildred. I set my teeth and listened to his boyish chatter without showing what I felt, but I was getting to the limit of my endurance, and when he jumped up and, switching his spurs till they jingled, said he must go, I did not detain him. "There's one thing I want to ask of you," I said quietly. "Out with it. It's promised," he laughed. "I want you to meet me for a quarter of an hour's talk tonight." "Of course, if you wish," he said, somewhat puzzled. "Where?" "Anywhere. In the park there." "What time, Hildred?" "Midnight." "What in the name of—" he began, but checked himself and laughed assenting. I watched him go down the stairs and hurry away, the saber banging at every stride. turned into Bleecker Street, and I knew he was going to see Constance. So if Louis is getting married tomorrow, then Hildred's got to do whatever he needs to do tonight. And Louis, being the kind cousin that he is, agrees to meet Hildred in the park at midnight. He then says, I gave him 10 minutes to disappear and then followed in his footsteps, taking with me the jeweled crown and the silken robe embroidered with the yellow sign. So here we see that the sign is a quite literal symbol, and he has a robe that has the symbol drawn on it. Hildred races to Mr. Wilde, being sure to dodge Louis, Constance, and Hawberk in the shop below. And when he gets up to Mr. Wilde's room, it says, I knocked and entered without ceremony. Mr. Wilde lay groaning on the floor, his face covered with blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Drops of blood were scattered about over the carpet, which had also been ripped and frayed in the evidently recent struggle. It's that cursed cat, he said, ceasing his groans and turning his colorless eyes towards me. She attacked me while I was asleep. I believe she will kill me yet. I think the reason that, you know, this is brought up in the story is because, you know, Wilde portrays himself as like such an eloquent man, above society even. He's going to launch a coup to enact the imperial dynasty of America, and that every politician's in his pocket and stuff like that. And the guy is constantly in a life or death battle with a cat. Hildred is furious at this and gets a hatchet from the pantry and begins to make his way through the apartment to kill the cat, but he can't find the cat, so instead he just decides to sit down. There's one interpretation of the story some people have, that the cat isn't even real and that it's just like a figment of Hildred, or collectively Hildred and Mr. Wilde's imagination, or like Yellow King influence or whatever, which I don't think is true, but is funny to imagine. Hildred begins to read the Imperial Dynasty of America, and when he's done, Mr. Wilde turns to a dark hallway in the apartment and calls for someone named Vance. And then a man who had just been crouching in the shadows this whole time stands up and walks over to the table. Vance, this is Mr. Castaigne, said Mr. Wilde. Before he had finished speaking, the man threw himself on the ground before the table, crying and grasping. Oh God, oh my God, help me, forgive me. Oh, Mr. Castaigne, keep that man away. You cannot mean it. You are different. Save me. I am broken down. I was in a madhouse, and now, when all was coming right, when I had forgotten the king in yellow, and... But I shall go mad again. I shall go mad. His voice died into a choking rattle, for Mr. Wilde had leapt on him, and his right hand encircled the man's throat. When Vance fell in a heap on the floor, Mr. Wilde clambered nimbly into his chair again, and rubbing his mangled ears with the stump of his hand, turned to me and asked me for the ledger. I reached it down from the shelf, and he opened it. After a moment searching among the beautifully written pages, he coughed complacently and pointed to the name Vance. Vance, he read aloud. Osgood Oswald Vance. At the sound of his name, the man on the floor raised his head and turned a convulsed face to Mr. Wilde. His eyes were injected with blood, his lips tumefied. Called April 28th, continued Mr. Wilde. Occupation, cashier in the Seaforth National Bank. Has served a term of forgery at Sing Sing, from whence he was transferred to the asylum for the criminal insane. Pardoned by the governor of New York and discharged from the asylum, January 19th, 1918. Reputation damaged at Sheepshed Bay. Rumors that he lives beyond his income. Reputation to be repaired at once. Retainer, $1,500. Note, has embezzled sums amounting to $30,000 since March 20th, 1919. Excellent family and secured present position through uncle's influence. Father, president of Seaforth Bank. I looked at the man on the floor. Get up, Vance. Mr. Wilde said in a gentle voice. Vance rose as if hypnotized. You will do as we suggest now, observed Mr. Wilde, and opening the manuscript, he read the entire history of the Imperial Dynasty of America. Then, in a kind and soothing murmur, he ran over the important points with Vance, who stood like one stunned. His eyes were so blank and vacant that I imagined he had become half-witted, and remarked it to Mr. Wilde, who replied that it was of no consequence anyway. Very patiently, we pointed out to Vance what his share in the affair would be, and he seemed to understand after a while. Mr. Wilde explained the manuscript, using several volumes on heraldry to substantiate the result of his researches. He mentioned the establishment of the dynasty in Carcosa, the lakes which connected Hastur, Aldebaran, and the mystery of the Hyades. He spoke of Casilda and Camilla, and sounded the cloudy depths of Demi, and the lake of Hali. The scalloped tatters of the king in yellow must hide Yathil forever, he muttered, but I do not believe Vance heard him. Then, by degrees, he led Vance along the ramifications of the Imperial family. To Uat and Thal, from now to Bala and Phantom of Truth, to Aldones, and then tossing aside his manuscript and notes, he began the wonderful story of the last king. Fascinated and thrilled, I watched him. He threw up his head, his long arms were stretched out in a deep, magnificent gesture of pride and power, and his eyes blazed deep in their sockets like two emeralds. Vance listened stupefied. As for me, when at last Mr. Wilde had finished and pointed to me, cried, "The cousin of the king!" My head swam with excitement. So let's break this down in order. Mr. Wilde has a man named Vance who was from a mental asylum and has now gone even more mad after coming across the King in Yellow. And Vance seems to be a mindless puppet that Mr. Wilde can control. Makes you kind of think of other people who might have had to stay in an asylum that Mr. Wilde might theoretically have control over. I mean, for all we know, if Mr. Wilde was lying about all the other information of reputations he's preparing, all that stuff about Osgood Oswald Vance could have just been made up. We get more mentions of this lost play. We get Camilla and Casilda as characters mentioned once again. We get a mention of the dynasty of Carcosa, whatever that means. But then we talk about the Imperial family and how there is now a last king. And then when Mr. Wilde's done, he points to Hildred and says, "Behold, the cousin of the king." And now the story makes sense. Lewis matters because according to Mr. Wilde, Lewis is the one who is to be the king of the Imperial Dynasty of America. But Hildred, probably at the fueling of Mr. Wilde, believes that Lewis is unfit to be this last king. I mean, Lewis doesn't even know about the dynasty or the King in Yellow, right? So Hildred feels that he is fit for this throne, and he can't let Lewis get in the way of that. And since in our first mention of the Imperial Dynasty of America, it says that in this prophecy, the king is to have an heir, then that explains why Hildred doesn't want Lewis and Constance to get married, because then that makes Lewis a step closer to becoming the king. Also, it doesn't seem that Hildred thinks he'll become the King in Yellow, because earlier he says this king is fit to serve the King in Yellow. So it seems that they view the King in Yellow as a god or being to be worshipped, and this last king is just the agent of the King in Yellow on Earth, who is supposed to lead an empire in the name of the King in Yellow. Hildred clarifies this point about Lewis when he says, "Controlling myself with a superhuman effort, I explained to Vance why I alone was worthy of the crown, why my cousin must be exiled or die. I made him understand that my cousin must never marry, even after renouncing all his claims, and how that least of all he should marry the daughter of the Marquis of Avonshire and bring England into the question. I showed him a list of thousands of names which Mr. Wilde had drawn up. Every man whose name was there had received the yellow sign which no living human being dared disregard. City, state, whole land were ready to rise and tremble before the pallid mask." Again, a mask that Hildred saw himself wearing in the mirror earlier. And here we see where that mention of Hauberg being the Marquis of Avonshire earlier comes into play. See, Mr. Wilde was right about that piece of armor being found where it was in the city. But perhaps now he's only alleged Hauberg to be the Marquis of Avonshire because that means he's British. So if his daughter Constance marries Lewis in this Imperial Dynasty of America, we'll also have an issue with British royalty times as if it's some kind of royal marriage. And of course, Hildred wants the throne to be his. He says the time had come, the people should know the son of Hastur, and the whole world bow to the black stars which hang in the sky over Carcosa. Again, we only see glimpses of what this King in Yellow story even is, but in a lot of adaptations, Hastur is either the name of the King in Yellow or one of the first kings on Earth who served the King in Yellow. So it seems here that Hildred is referring to himself as the son of Hastur. But then we get this haunting line when it says, "Vance leaned on the table, his head buried in his hands. Mr. Wilde drew a rough sketch on the margin of yesterday's Herald with a bit of lead pencil. It was a plan of Hauberg's rooms. Then he wrote out the order and affixed the seal, and shaking like a palsied man, I signed my first writ of execution with my name, Hildred Rex." So it seems that the reason Vance is here is because Mr. Wilde is going to have him murder Hauberg and Constance so that they can't get in the way. And Hildred, believing himself to be a soon-to-be king, signs it with a king's seal. Also, Rex is Latin for king, so he's literally signing his name as Hildred King. After this, Hildred leaves and goes to Washington Square, where the lethal chamber is, to meet with Lewis at midnight. There's this little passage here. I don't know what it might mean or what the symbolism could be, but I just like it. It says, "I had eaten nothing since breakfast, but I was not hungry. A wretched, half-starved creature who stood looking across the street at the lethal chamber noticed me and came up to tell me a tale of misery. I gave him money, I don't know why, and he went away without thanking me." Maybe it's a bit of like Hildred's humanity poking through in the midst of this. Maybe it's because he thinks he's soon to be king, but just that little interaction, it adds spice to the story. I like it. Following this, it says an hour later, another outcast approached and whined his story. I had a blank bit of paper in my pocket on which was traced the yellow sign, and I handed it to him. He looked at it stupidly for a moment, and then with an uncertain glance at me, folded it with what seemed to me exaggerated care, placed it in his bosom. Again, it seems that those who have gone mad know what the yellow sign is. Perhaps the reason the lethal chamber's here in the first place, or there's so many deranged people in the city, is because this book exists. While describing the beauty of the street at night, Hilbert compares it a lot to Hawberk's shop and the beauty he would see in the armor Hawberk would create. Again, perhaps it's a little bit of Hilbert's humanity poking out. He may not outright say it, but when his mind thinks of nice things, it thinks of moments from Hawberk's shop. Eventually, at midnight, Lewis meets Hilbert. The two of them go to sit at a bench, and Hilbert says that Lewis is looking at him suspiciously. Hilbert remarking, "He looked at me curiously, with the same searching glance which I hate and fear so in doctors." Again, another bit of animosity that Hilbert has to those who think him mad. Lewis then begins to speak. "Well, old chap," he inquired, "what can I do for you?" I drew from my pocket the manuscript and notes of the Imperial Dynasty of America, and looking him in the eye, said, "I will tell you. On your word as a soldier, promise me to read this manuscript from beginning to end without asking me a question. Promise me to read these notes in the same way, and promise me to listen to what I have to tell later." "I promise, if you wish it," he said pleasantly. "Give me the paper, Hildred." He began to read, raising his eyebrows with a puzzled, whimsical air, which made me tremble with suppressed anger. As he advanced, his eyebrows contracted, and his lips seemed to form the word rubbish. Then he looked slightly bored, but apparently for my sake read, with an attempt at interest, which presently ceased to be an effort. He started when, in the closely written pages, he came to his own name, and when he came to mine, he lowered the paper and looked sharply at me for a moment. But he kept his word and resumed his reading, and I let the half-formed question die on his lips unanswered. When he came to the end and read the signature of Mr. Wilde, he folded the paper carefully and returned it to me. I handed him the notes, and he settled back, pushing his fatigue cap up to his forehead with a boyish gesture which I remembered so well in school. I watched his face as he read, and when he finished, I took the notes with the manuscript and placed them in my pocket. Then I unfolded a scroll marked with the yellow sign. He saw the sign, but he did not seem to recognize it. I called his attention to it somewhat sharply. Before we get into the rest of this interaction, again, there's a couple things that I find interesting. For one, it's so funny to have all of this hype built up around the Imperial Dynasty of America, and how Hildred describes when he reads it, he's like shaking and on the verge of tears. And then Lewis gets it and he's like, "This is lame." Because again, Lewis hasn't been exposed to the King in Yellow or Mr. Wilde's teachings. So to him, it's just a fantasy about world domination that doesn't make any sense. But there's also that quick mention from Hildred when he talks about the way Lewis pushes his cap up and says that he remembers it so well from school. Again, little pieces of Hildred poking out that make you sympathize with him as a mentally ill man who's been taken advantage of by either the King in Yellow, Mr. Wilde, or both. I mean, Lewis just read a manuscript that says he is supposed to be the king of the Royal Dynasty of America, so he's probably a little caught off guard. After Hildred shows him the yellow sign, the two continue. "Well," he said, "I see it. What is it?" "It is the yellow sign," I said angrily. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Lewis in that flattering voice which Dr. Archer used to employ with me, and would probably have employed again had I not settled his affair for him. So earlier when Lewis was reading the manuscript, it says that he looks at Hildred sharply. And now when he's starting to talk, he's talking very flatteringly and very softly, and it seems that Lewis realizes Hildred is not okay. Probably thinking to himself that Hildred needs a lot of help and right now might be dangerous. So keeping in mind that Lewis is now very aware of Hildred's state of mind and probably scared of him, the two continue. I kept my rage down and answered as steadily as possible. Listen, you have engaged your word. I'm listening, old chap, he replied soothingly. I began to speak very calmly. Dr. Archer, having by some means become possessed of the secret of the imperial succession, attempted to deprive me of my right, alleging that because of a fall from my horse 4 years ago, I had become mentally deficient. He presumed to place me under restraint in his own house in hopes of either driving me insane or poisoning me. I have not forgotten it. I visited him last night, and the interview was final. So it seems that Hildred did settle accounts with Dr. Archer as he murdered him yesterday. Lewis turned quite pale, but did not move. I resumed triumphantly. There are yet 3 people to be interviewed in the interest of Mr. Wilde and myself. They are my cousin, Lewis, Mr. Hawberk, and his daughter, Constance. Lewis sprang to his feet, and I arose also, and flung the paper marked with the yellow sign to the ground. Oh, I don't need that to tell you what I have to say, I cried with a laugh of triumph. You must renounce the crown to me. Do you hear? To me. Lewis looked at me with a startled air, but recovering himself said kindly, Of course, I renounce the what is it I must renounce? The crown, I said angrily. Of course, he answered. I renounce it. Come, old chap, I'll walk back to your rooms with you. Don't try any of your doctor's tricks on me, I cried, trembling with fury. Don't act as if you think I'm insane. What nonsense, he replied. Come, it's getting late, Hildred. No, I shouted. You must listen. You cannot marry. I forbid it. Do you hear? I forbid it. You shall renounce the crown, and in reward I grant you exile. But if you refuse, you shall die. He tried to calm me, but I was roused at last, and drawing my long knife, barred his way. Then I told him how they would find Dr. Archer in the cellar with his throat open, and I laughed in his face when I thought of Vance and his knife and the orders signed by me. Ah, you are the king, I cried, but I shall be king. Who are you to keep me from empire over all the habitable earth? I was born the cousin of a king, but I shall be king. Lewis stood white and rigid before me. Suddenly, a man came running up 4th Street, entered the gate of the Lethal Temple, traversed the path to the bronze doors at full speed, and plunged into the death chamber with the cry of one demented. And I laughed until I wept tears, for I had recognized Vance and knew that Hawberk and his daughter were no longer in the way. Lewis is trying to agree to whatever Hildred has to say, and Hildred calls it out as the same way doctors used to speak to him. But as he's threatening Lewis, Vance runs into the lethal chamber, meaning Hawberk and Constance are already dead. Go, I cried to Lewis. You have ceased to be a menace. You will never marry Constance now, and if you marry anyone else in your exile, I will visit you as I did my doctor last night. Mr. Wilde takes charge of you tomorrow. When I turned and darted into South Fifth Avenue, and with a cry of terror, Lewis dropped his belt and saber and followed me like the wind. I heard him close behind me at the corner of Bleecker Street, and I dashed into the doorway under Hawberk's sign. He cried, "Halt or I fire!" But when he saw that I flew up the stairs, leaving Hawberk shot below, he left me, and I heard him hammering and shouting at their doors as though it were possible to arouse the dead. Lewis was threatening to shoot him because he thought Hilbert was on his way to hurt Constance or Hawberk. But as soon as they get there and Hilbert makes his way up the staircase, Lewis loses interest because he just wants to make sure Constance is okay. But Hilbert, believing them to already be dead, makes his way to Mr. Wilde's apartment. Mr. Wilde's door was open, and I entered, crying, "It is done, it is done. Let the nations rise and look upon their king." But I could not find Mr. Wilde, so I went to the cabinet and took the splendid diadem from its case. Then I drew on the white silk robe embroidered with the yellow sign and placed the crown upon my head. At last I was king. King by my right in Hastur. King because I knew the mystery of the Hyades and my mind had sounded the depths of the lake of Hali. I was king. The first gray pencilings of dawn would raise a tempest which would shake 2 hemispheres. Then as I stood, my every nerve pitched to the highest tension, faint with the joy and splendor of my thought, without, in the dark passage, a man groaned. Even though Hildred didn't do much other than explaining to Lewis that Lewis was now in exile and that Hildred was now the rightful king, Hildred believes that he has taken the throne. But while standing there in his regalia, he hears a man groaning in the hallway, and it turns out that that is Mr. Wilde, who has been mauled almost to death by his cat. So in fury, Hildred takes a knife, murders the cat, and then goes over to Mr. Wilde, and the first story ends with these lines. Mr. Wilde lay on the floor with his throat torn open. At first I thought he was dead, but as I looked, a green sparkle came into his sunken eyes. His mutilated hand trembled, and then a spasm stretched his mouth from ear to ear. For a moment, my terror and despair gave place to hope, but as I bent over him, his eyeballs rolled clean around in his head, and he died. Then, while I stood, transfixed with rage and despair, seeing my crown, my empire, every hope and every ambition, my very life, lying prostrate there with the dead master, they came, seized me from behind, and bound me until my veins stood out like cords, and my voice failed with the paroxysms of my frenzied screams. But I still raged, bleeding and infuriated among them, and more than one policeman felt my sharp teeth. Then, when I could no longer move, they came near. I saw old Hawberk, and behind him my cousin Lewis' ghastly face. Farther away, in the corner, a woman, Constance, weeping softly. "Ah, I see it now!" I shrieked. "You have seized the throne and the empire. Woe, woe to you who are crowned with the crown of the King in Yellow." And then finally an editor's note that reads, "Mr. Castaigne died yesterday in the asylum for the criminally insane." So it seems that finally Mr. Wilde was mauled to death by his cat. Again, if you take the interpretation that the cat isn't real, we do get that image of Hildred standing above him furious holding a knife. Maybe Hildred thought he stabbed the cat when in actuality he stabbed Mr. Wilde, or maybe the maulings that were happening to Mr. Wilde were due to Hildred. However you want to interpret that. I think it's funnier if the guy just got his throat ripped open by his cat. But of course, considering the commotion that was happening, the police came and arrested Hildred. And thankfully, it seems that Hawberk and Constance lived. I mean, Vance was so mad it wasn't surprising that he didn't follow through on the execution. Instead, he simply drove himself insane and ran into the lethal chamber. So thankfully, even though, Hildred went to an asylum and then died, it seemed that Lewis and Constance got their happy ending. That's something I kind of like about Chambers. He's credited with being like an early horror author, but a lot of the stories that he has written, especially the next one we're going to talk about, are very romantic in nature. And he seems to abstain from killing the young lovers or killing like the romance within a story. So while they get a happy ending, Hildred not so much. He goes to an asylum and then dies shortly after. Now, if you view this first story in isolation, it almost seems like the King in Yellow is simply an idea that Mr. Wilde planted into Hildred's head. There's never any supernatural elements. Mr. Wilde was just manipulating an unwell man to get what he wants, through all this talk of grandeur and kings and old legends and prophecy. I mean, for all we know, Mr. Wilde just didn't like Constance or Hawberk because they made fun of him for being weird and called him crazy. So he convinced a mentally ill guy to go with this whole scheme that would get them killed. However, due to other stories we're going to read later, the King in Yellow certainly does have some supernatural properties. And we see greater effects of this in the world around Hildred. I mean, as crazy as he was, the government still built a lethal chamber in the middle of New York City. So while I do think Mr. Wilde was being manipulative, I think The King in Yellow, the actual story, is being manipulative as well. In later short stories, we're going to see how the story preys on the mentally sound, but here we see that the mentally unwell are incredibly susceptible to the story. They not only believe it and become obsessed with it, but they become agents of it. We get to mention earlier that Mr. Wilde was in an asylum, so while I think he was manipulative to some degree, he also could have been completely mad and acting on behalf of the King in Yellow mimetic entity itself. I mean, we get to mention earlier in the story that his face was very yellowed and sickly. Maybe the story has had just as great of an effect on Mr. Wilde as it did on Hildred. And what everyone else around them sees as Mr. Wilde being a manipulative man taking advantage of an unwell man, it could in actuality be the King in Yellow taking advantage of both of them. It's a fascinating story that was very ahead of its time, with an unreliable narrator who describes things to us that don't actually seem to be that way. Little character mentions of like things that Lewis says or things that Hawberk says. It's very well written and a good introduction to this King in Yellow concept. And again, gives us a lot of ideas of this fictional play we'll see more of. Things like Hastur and Carcosa and Ybil. Things to keep in mind as we move into the other stories within this book. Now, our first story is different from the other stories in The King in Yellow, once again, Chambers, The King in Yellow, as the first story is the only one that is explicitly about the Forgotten Play, and all the other stories are seemingly romance or slice of life stories that The King in Yellow intrudes on. Everything that happened in that first story was a result of Hildred reading the story and then everything that followed after. Whereas now we see what happens when people run into the play. Regardless, our second story, The Mask, opens with another excerpt from The King in Yellow. Camilla says, "You, sir, should unmask." The stranger says, "Indeed." Casilda replies, "Indeed it's time. We all have laid aside disguise, but you." Stranger says, "I wear no mask." To which Camilla, terrified, turns to Casilda and says, "No mask? No mask." And we are told that this is from The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. So this is the same Camilla that Hildred said was screaming at the end of Act 1. Maybe this series of events is what leads to her screaming. So we know that Camilla and Casilda are two different characters from within the play. And Camilla is terrified that this stranger isn't wearing a mask. Again, we only get small excerpts, but there's some different ways to interpret this. Maybe this was at some kind of ball or masquerade, and perhaps the stranger in reference is either the King in Yellow, or if the king is some godlike being, maybe Hastur. And Camilla believes the stranger to be wearing a pallid mask or the visage of the king, only for him to reveal that he wears no mask, meaning the person standing before her may be the originator of the pallid mask, or at least the thing that the pallid mask signifies. Regardless, we make our way into the second short story, The Mask, which for the most part is about a love triangle. But of course there's a weird science fiction twist to it that appears in the opening paragraph. Although I knew nothing of chemistry, I listened fascinated. He picked up an Easter lily which Genevieve had brought that morning from Notre Dame and dropped it into the basin. Instantly, the liquid lost its crystalline clearness. For a second, the lily was enveloped in a milk-white foam, which disappeared, leaving the fluid opalescent. Changing tints of orange and crimson played over the surface, and then what seemed to be a ray of pure sunlight struck through from the bottom where the lily was resting. At the same instant, he plunged his hand into the basin and drew out the flower. "There is no danger," he explained. "If you choose the right moment, that golden ray is the signal." He held the lily toward me, and I took it in my hand. It had turned to stone, to purest marble. "You see," he said, "it is without flaw. What sculptor could reproduce it?" The marble was white as snow, but in its depths the veins of the lily were tinged with palest azure, and a faint flush lingered deep in its heart. "Don't ask me the reason for that," he smiled, noticing my wonder. "I have no idea why the veins and heart are tinted, but they always are. Yesterday, I tried one of Genevieve's goldfish. There it is." The fish looked as if sculptured in marble, but if you held it to the light, the stone was beautifully veined with a faint blue, and from somewhere within came a rosy light like the tint which slumbers in an opal. I looked into the basin. Once more, it seemed filled with clearest crystal. So a sculptor, whose name we'll later learn is Boris, is speaking to our protagonist, who we'll later know as Alec, and Boris is showing Alec this new serum he has created. It appears as crystal clear water, but if any living thing is dropped into it, it immediately turns to marble, with light blue striations where the veins used to be, and a small glow at its center. It seems that whenever something living is dropped into the bath after this chemical reaction takes place, a beam of light comes up from the bath, which allows the marble creation to be taken out. Alec asks Boris what would happen if he put his hand in the solution before the orange beam showed through, and Boris says he doesn't know, but Alec probably shouldn't try it. It seems that Boris has created a chemical that turns living things to stone, or more specifically, perfect marble statues of themselves. The two theorize that perhaps the golden beam that comes up from the solution is the soul or life force of the creature that has now been turned to marble. Boris then remarks to Alec, "Stay to lunch. Genevieve will be here directly." "I saw her going to early mass," I said, "and she looked as fresh and sweet as that lily before you destroyed it." "Do you think I destroyed it?" said Boris gravely. "Destroyed, preserved, How can we tell? Boris is married to a woman named Genevieve, and as we can see here, Alec also thinks Genevieve beautiful. Boris doesn't seem to take offense to this comment, as we'll later see the three of them are close friends. Perhaps a little too close, I might argue. From their conversation, we learned that Alec is a painter, and as shown to us, Boris is a sculptor of marble. Last year at an art gallery, he made a marble carving of Madonna. The statue was highly praised and sought after, but it made Boris nervous about what he's going to follow it up with. Alec also mentions that in Boris's studio is an unfinished rendition of the Fates. The Fates are a pretty common motif, especially within things like statues or artwork that has Greek influence. They're normally depicted as three women creating the three stages of life. The first creating one's life from birth, the second deciding the events that will occur throughout someone's life, and the third being the predestination of that person's death. This is normally depicted as the three women knitting together a tapestry of some kind. So the first one is getting the yarn together, the second is designing the pattern, and the third is cutting the cord. There's a mention in the Repair of Reputations that in front of the lethal chamber was a statue of the Fates, which is kind of darkly poetic to put in front of the place where people go to end their own life, a statue that says one's death is determined for them at the beginning. But if you'll also remember in the Repair of Reputations, it says that those Fates were created by a sculptor named Boris Yvain. And that is the Boris that we're reading about now, who is friends with Alec in The Mask. And if you'll also remember from our first story, Boris died at 23 years old. And in the story we're reading now, Boris is 23 years old. While that might be a bit of spoiler for things to come, I think it's important to point out thematically. The entire idea of the Fates is that at one's birth, everything that will happen to them in life and the time of their death is already decided. That's why the Fates come up a lot in stories that deal with concepts of predestination and free will. But because of Boris's creation in the first story, a group of statues that symbolize the predestination of death, they already give away what happens to him in the story we're reading before he's even dead. It's almost like by his free will to create these statues that represent predestination in our original tale, the context we're given signs his death certificate for the story we're reading now. The Fates will also matter to this story as well in a very literal way. You could even
draw the line, witch.
awful stick. Ugh.
Greetings.
You have...
I'd have done it either way.
Take your time.
Some things just can't be abided.
Oh. Üf. Salavi.
Some odds and ends we found in the jungle. I'll take it. Take care. Here to help. Some pretty. Be wary.
say that it's set in stone. I'm sorry. Our protagonist Alec's love of Genevieve becomes very apparent on the 3rd page. Perhaps my being in love with Genevieve had something to do with his affection for me. Not that it had ever been acknowledged between us. But after all was settled, and she had told me with tears in her eyes that it was Boris whom she loved, I went over to his house and congratulated him. The perfect cordiality of that interview did not deceive either of us, I always believed. Although to one, at least, it was a great comfort. I do not think he and Genevieve ever spoke of the matter together, but Boris knew. Genevieve was lovely. The Madonna-like purity of her face might have been inspired by the Sanctus in Gonod's Mass, but I was always glad when she changed that mood for what we called her April maneuvers. She was often as variable as an April day. In the morning grave, dignified and sweet, at noon laughing, capricious, at evening whatever one least expected. I preferred her so rather than in that Madonna-like tranquility which stirred the depths of my heart. I was dreaming of Genevieve when he spoke. So it seemed that at some point Alec and Boris both loved Genevieve, until one day Genevieve tells Alec with tears in her eyes that it's Boris whom she loves. And seemingly Alec went along with that because he was friends with both of them and wanted them to be happy, but it is very apparent that those emotions are hard to kill. I think it's perfectly fine if one of your boys dates or marries a pretty girl and you say something to him like, "Good job, dude," or "That one's a keeper." But maybe don't say she has a Madonna-like tranquility that inspires sanctums in masses, and also that you are, dreaming about her, because that would be weird. While Alec is thinking of Boris's wife, Boris is thinking about the soup he made that turns things to stone. And Boris says, "I shall make no use of it, beyond satisfying my own curiosity so far as maybe, and the secret will die with me." It would be rather a blow to sculpture, would it not? We painters lose more than we ever gain by photography. Boris nodded, playing with the edge of his chisel. This new discovery would corrupt the world of art. No, I shall never confide the secret to anyone, he said slowly. It's funny, for one, that Boris isn't thinking about the implications of turning living things to stone. Instead, he is worried about the effect it will have on the world of art. As they're talking, Boris says he has created a new element, and when Alec asks what he's named it, Boris says, "Oh, I haven't thought of naming it, and I don't believe I ever shall. There are enough precious metals now in the world to cut throats over." I pricked up my ears. "Have you struck gold, Boris?" "No, better. But see here, Alec," he laughed, starting up. "You and I have all we need in this world. Ah, how sinister and covetous you look already." I laughed too and told him I was devoured by the desire for gold, and we had better talk of something else. So when Genevieve came in shortly after, we had turned our backs on alchemy. It's funny how the scene's written right after Boris accuses Alec jokingly of being covetous of what Boris possesses, only for Alec to then turn the story back to Genevieve. He follows this up by saying, "Genevieve was dressed in silvery gray from head to foot. The light glinted along the soft curves of her fair hair as she turned her cheek to Boris. Then she saw me and returned my greeting. She had never before failed to blow me a kiss from the tips of her white fingers, and I promptly complained of the omission. She smiled and held out her hand, which dropped almost before it had touched mine. Then she said, looking at Boris, 'You must ask Alec to stay for luncheon.' This also was something new. She had always asked me herself until today. I understand that the three of them are really close, but I can't wrap my head around if I was hanging out with like a friend of mine and my wife came in and my friend was like, 'Why haven't you blown me a kiss yet? You always blow me kisses.' I think I would beat him to death, especially if I knew my friend had feelings for her previously before we got married, but 1890s, I guess. That's also something I should clarify. The Repair of Reputations was set in 1920 New York City, so just in the future from when Chambers was writing in 1890. This story seems to be set in 1890, but in France. That also makes sense because if Boris is 23 here and, you know, about to die, spoilers, his statues have to somehow wind up in New York City 25 years later in front of the lethal chamber. Genevieve goes into another room and Boris and Alec discuss that she's acting kind of odd. When it then says, "While we were discussing the advisability of my departure, Genevieve reappeared in the doorway without her bonnet. She was wonderfully beautiful, but her color was too deep and her lovely eyes were too bright. She came straight up to me and took my arm. 'Luncheon is ready.' Was I cross, Alec? I thought I had a headache, but I haven't. "Come here, Boris," and she slipped her other arm through his. "Alec knows that after you there is no one in the world whom I like as well as I like him. So if he sometimes feels snubbed, it won't hurt him." And then at the end it says, "Arm in arm we raced into the dining room, scandalizing the servants. After all, we were not so much to blame. Genevieve was 18, Boris was 23, and I not quite 21." Okay, so going back to the example from earlier, if my friend did the whole "where's my hug" thing to my wife about not blowing him a kiss, and then my wife came out of the room and put her arm through his arm, and then told me that there's no one in the world other than me that she cares for as much as my friend, I think I would kill both of them. Again, it's very cutesy and all, but Boris is ignoring a lot of warning signs, things that he will pay for in a moment. And we also see a mention of these April maneuvers that Alec was talking about earlier, when Genevieve will go from one high to a low to another emotion, back and forth. She goes from kind of ignoring Alec to saying that Alec is her second favorite person in the world. But again, the three of them are effectively kids, and it seems that even though there is some unrequited love, they're all enjoying a good life around each other, something that is sure to become a problem when the King in Yellow becomes involved. It's established that Boris and Genevieve live in a sort of hotel. Or if they don't live there, it's at least an artist studio that Boris has that occupies a lot of his time. And within this hotel, Boris has a room that is like a big indoor bath, where there's these beautiful like marble sculptures along the edge of the room, and then in the center is a sunken pool. While in this room, Alec teases Boris, pretending to be a sculpture of Cupid that Boris is working on. And while joking around, Boris almost pushes Alec into the pool in the middle of the room before remembering that he filled the pool with the solution. Alec says, "In heaven's name, why do you keep a small lake of that gruesome stuff here of all places?" I asked. "I want to experiment on something large," he replied. "On me, for instance?" That came too close for jesting, but I do want to watch the action of that solution on a more highly organized living body. "There's that big white rabbit," he said, following me into the studio.
Channel.
So here we see a little bit of hypocrisy trickling through from Boris. He discovered this solution, this new element, as he called it, in some unexplained way, which I have my theories on later. But he says that solution will only cause problems, and the secret of how it is made should die with him. Only for us to now see him making more of the stuff to try to convert even larger things into marble sculptures. Even though he recognizes this new invention as a bad thing, he can't stop himself from wanting to learn more about it. Sound like any other piece of knowledge in these stories that people shouldn't read but feel compelled to? In addition to Boris and Alec, there's a third artist working within this hotel as well, a painter named Jack Scott. Keep the name Jack Scott in mind for a story that comes later. After he's done working that day, Alec decides to go to a smoking room inside of the hotel, and while laying on a couch, he falls asleep. The story then says this on page 40. "I awoke to the saddest music I have ever heard. The room was quite dark, and I had no idea what time it was. A ray of moonlight silvered one edge of the old spinet, and the polished wood seemed to exhale the sounds as perfume floats above a box of sandalwood. Someone rose in the darkness, came away weeping quietly, and I was fool enough to cry out, 'Genevieve?' She dropped at my voice, and I had time to curse myself while I made a light and tried to raise her from the floor. She shrank away with a murmur of pain. She was very quiet and asked for Boris. I carried her to the divan and went to look for him. He was not in the house. The servants were gone to bed. Perplexed and anxious, I hurried back to Genevieve. She lay where I had left her, looking very white. 'I can't find Boris nor any of the servants,' I said. 'I know,' she answered faintly. 'Boris has gone to Ept with Mr. Scott. I did not remember when I sent you for him just now.' 'But he can't get back in that case before tomorrow afternoon. Are you hurt? Did I frighten you into falling? What an awful fool I am, but I was only half awake. Boris thought you had gone home before dinner. Do please excuse us for letting you stay here all this time. I have had a long nap,' I laughed. 'So sound that I did not know whether I was still asleep or not when I found myself staring at a figure that was moving toward me and called out your name. Have you been trying the old spinet? You must have played very softly. I would tell 1,000 more lies worse than that one to see the look of relief that came into her face. She smiled adorably and said in her natural voice, 'Alec, I tripped on the wolf's head, and I think my ankle is sprained. Please call Marie and then go home.' I did as she bade me and left her there when the maid came in. So Alec fell asleep at their house and awoke in the night to see Genevieve crying and playing the spinet, or in other words, a kind of piano. But when he calls out to her, she falls to the ground, and after talking, he says that he was still foggy and didn't know if he was awake or not and couldn't really tell what he saw, not wanting Genevieve to know that he heard her crying. Genevieve seems very troubled about something, but for now Alec doesn't pry. However, the next day when Alec goes to see Boris, Boris says that not only is Genevieve's ankle sprained, but that she has a fever and won't wake up. And while speaking of Genevieve, Boris says, I should say so, and has actually been a little lightheaded at intervals all night. The idea, gay little Genevieve, without a care in the world. And she keeps saying her heart's broken and she wants to die. Now, as mentioned earlier, Genevieve seems to have these strong mood swings. But having a fever like this and saying she wants to die from heartbreak is odd even for her. Boris seems furious by this. His wife is sick and he can't do anything for her. Also, I keep using the word wife because we know that Genevieve and Boris are committed to each other. It's not explicitly said that they're married, but they're at least living together or close enough. Boris is pacing around very upset and decides to do something. Suddenly, he started for the next room. Come and see my rose-colored bath full of death, he cried. Is it death? I asked, to humor his mood. You are not prepared to call it life, I suppose, he answered. As he spoke, he plucked a solitary goldfish squirming and twisting out of its globe. We'll send this one after the other, wherever that is, he said. And sure enough, Boris throws the goldfish into the large pool of the solution, and the goldfish, once again, in the bubbling water and the ray of light, is turned to marble. I also really like that exchange where Alex says, is it death? And Boris says, you are not prepared to call it life. And then before he throws the goldfish, saying, we'll send this one after the other, wherever that is. Because yeah, they could be talking about, you know, the afterlife, eternity or whatever, or just whatever this form of death or not death is, he's doing to living creatures. Child's play, he muttered, and looked warily, longingly at me, as if I could answer such questions. But Jack Scott came in and entered into the game, as he called it, with our door. Nothing would do but to try the experiment on the white rabbit then and there. I was willing that Boris should find distraction from his cares, but I hated to see the life go out of a warm, living creature, and I declined to be present. Alec isn't going to stop him from doing this, but he doesn't want to see the rabbit turned into a statue. So Alec decides to distract his time. And how does he do that? Picking up a book at random, I sat down in the studio to read. Alas, I found The King in Yellow. And there we go. The story now tying into ours. After a few moments, which seemed ages, I was putting it away with a nervous shudder when Boris and Jack came in bringing their marble rabbit. At the same time, the bell rang above and a cry came from the sick room. Boris was gone like a flash, and the next moment he called, Jack, run for the doctor, bring him back with you. Alec, come here. So we don't know yet what effect the King in Yellow had on Alec, but we already have signs of how it's affected Boris and Genevieve. Again, the book was in the studio of their house, so it's likely one or both of them read it. I think Boris read it for sure. I mean, he's come up with this solution that turns living things to stone. And he says the process to make it was incredibly easy, that he doesn't know how scientists haven't done it yet. In our first story, we saw how the King in Yellow affects those whose minds are long gone. But to artists, to those of a sound mind, it seems like it just gives ideas or influences. It didn't turn Boris to madness, but it did give him the idea to make this solution that turns things to marble that he has become obsessed with. And earlier in the story, we're told that Genevieve loved Boris, but now she seems to be deeply unhappy. Perhaps another effect of the book. And now Alec has read it. So what does that mean for him? I went and stood at her door. A frightened maid came out in haste and ran away to fetch some remedy. Genevieve, sitting bolt upright with crimson cheeks and glittering eyes, babbled incessantly and resisted Boris's gentle restraint. He called me to help. At my first touch, she sighed and sank back, closing her eyes. Then, as we still bent above her, she opened them again, looked straight into Boris's face. Poor fever-crazed girl.
Bestiality. Welcome to my channel.
Hello man, what's up? Stupid fucking dragon. Oh no, the Chimera is not a dragon, I know. I should probably use something better than this, but I don't care. Oops. Oop. It's too fun not to ride a bird. Okay. Both are good.
Stormlance sticks into the ground.
I will stop here. I'll just wanna get fucking waypoints. Oof. terrible.
Here to help. Anything catch? I'll take it. See you.
Not yet. Need more time. Might be a good idea to avoid breathing round here. I despise fungus.
Oh my god, okay, sure.